always, it is freezing these days. And, yeah, you know it's cold when the Min Min wants to sit with me the whole time and not move her little butt. Yeah, come on. You want to come? Come on. Come on, Min Min. Good, Min Min. The only problem is she makes using a controller almost impossible because she wants to be petted. Because she's a cat. Anyway, I was excited to live stream this weekend because, well, I don't know how long, but I have been having the most exciting week imaginable. And honestly, I have to say, I mean, there is a lot of logical speculation and, you know, assumptions based on what knowledge we have of the Corpus, what we know about their, you know. But I have been, so I started with, excuse me. So it started out as a joke where I asked Grok, alright, what would happen if the Corpus faced the cadets of Starfleet Academy? Alright? Okay. So, what would happen if if the cadets of Starfleet Academy were to face the Corpus? Because even at the bare minimum, oh my god, that thing is so annoying. Let's turn this thing off. Alright. Wait, where's the... There's a way to turn that off. Anyway. What would happen if the Corpus took on the cadets of Starfleet Academy? Now, I didn't even start with things like the Eximus units, the nullifiers, the, you know, the more higher level of the Corpus. I just went with what would happen if the Corpus went up against Starfleet Academy. And anyway, apparently I broke Grok because it didn't. At first, I've noticed that Grok and even ChatGPT try to, how do I put it, make Starfleet better than it, improve Starfleet's chances to a degree. And maybe I'm being biased because I really like the Corpus, but I can tell you this, that like even. Hey Alex, what's up? So, I'm hyped because I have had the most exciting week imaginable. So, I'll admit it, I like AI, okay? I don't use it as an emotional thing like that crazy woman or stuff like that, right? But I will say this, okay? If you're smart with it, because honestly, I'm surprised. People keep acting like this slop was written by AI. The thing is, my experience with AI is, if you use it right, if you, like, guide it. let me put it this way, I have gotten ChatGPT to even create a Corpus, like, dialect. You know how one of the most common complaints we often hear about in shows these days, for example, Dragon Age the Veilguard, Star Trek, Starfleet Academy, everything that comes out recently, they sound like they were written by people, they talk like people in 2026, right? They talk like us, right? The thing is, each one of these cultures and different alien species, or even humans, don't speak like us. The Corpus don't speak like us. And this ChatGPT was able to come up with phrases and style of talk that fits the Corpus perfectly. Like, for example, Starfleet would tell you that every person has values, and the Corpus would be like, we do not want to waste assets. So the same outcome. Starfleet would protect life because every life has inherent value, right? The Corpus, on the other hand, would be saying death would lead to loss of assets. They would say things like, instead of saying like, you're my friend, or like, you know, I like working with you, they would say something like, you are reliable, you are punctual. Because if you are reliable or punctual, you know, you are a better... Hey, C, what's up? We're talking about my wonderful experiences with ChatGPT and the Corpus, and I have found that I have learned and expanded upon the Corpus by putting them up against the Federation. I have reached the point in my dialogues with ChatGPT and writing where the Corpus are now using deflector technology and merging it with nullifier technology to develop their own shields to prevent warframes from their ships. So basically it starts out with a Corpus. Okay. because I really want to also play and get some more Prime stuff, but it basically started out as an experiment on Grok, right? Where I asked Grok who would win, the cadets of Starfleet Academy or the Corpus. Now, originally, Grok was leaning like 50-50 almost, and then I pointed out several things. One, the Corpus shoot to kill. Flat out, the Starfleet officers will start shooting with their phasers on stun, and the Corpus will laugh. Even a phaser on kill will have difficulty breaking through Corpus shields. Right? So the Corpus would walk into the to the USS Athena, that Starfleet Academy ship, and just start firing Supras. Right? Then I pointed out that there are Eximus units, and that the majority of the people who would invade the USS Athena were MOAs, Ospreys, and hell, all other forms of robotics. That broke Grok. Grok stopped working, and the last post was me saying, how would Starfleet Academy cadets fare against the Corpus when the Corpus weapons are always, are not by default set to stun, whereas Starfleet weapons are by default set to stun? It couldn't answer. So I switched to ChatGPT. And I don't understand why people are so against ChatGPT. So, I mean, this thing, ChatGPT didn't even take into account things like the Archiplasmor, which I have equipped right now, and the other many Corpus weapons that would just melt Starfleet. And the thing is, initially I thought that the Corpus would go in guns blaring and just wipe out the Federation. And then ChatGPT made me realize, on the contrary, the Corpus would go in there with the goal of dependency. They don't want to wipe out the Federation. The Federation is profit. Destroying the Federation is loss of profit. It is not profitable for the Corpus to wipe out. So they don't want to destroy the Federation. They want the Federation to develop dependency on them, want their product, and beg for them to come into the market. The Corpus would go to the Ferengi, and the Ferengi would find them terrifying because the Corpus is what the Ferengi pretends to be. Now, several people pointed out to me that the Ferengi were cut back and turned into a joke because Starfleet, the creators of Star Trek, knew that they could not. Yeah, even base Corpus weapons, what does Starfleet have compared to base Corpus weapons, right? The OMA, the Archiplasmor. I mean, we just go to my dojo and we look at the weapons that the Corpus have. And the thing is, that's just the Corpus. So I initially was just starting with the Corpus. I was like, all right, so it's actually, because they go to the Romulans, right? And they'd be like, we want your markets. And the Romulans would be like, they would be trying to outwit each other. The Ferengi would be like, the Corpus is basically what we wish we were. And it's like, we're not as powerful. They're like, basically, the way Grok put it was this. It was, not Grok, I mean, ChatGPT put it was this, right? That the Ferengi like wealth, right? They like to show off their wealth. They like to buy things. They like comfort, right? The Ferengi use... Yeah, there is so much snow. So basically, they put it out this way, right? They put it out to, right, okay. The Corpus, right, let me put it this way. The Ferengi like, that sucks though, Mass being canceled. I mean, don't the priests live there, so it's not like they have to go far? Wait, why would they cancel Mass? Isn't, like, the clergy house right next to the church, so they could just hold Mass and anyone who happens to get there, gets there because the priests literally live, like, next door? So, the Ferengi use profit. They want profit, but they use it. The Corpus worship it. And the thing is, until I started talking with ChatGPT, you don't fully grasp what it means that the Corpus worship profit. Then you realize that they would have ledgers where they were like, chances of, the Romulans agreeing with us. All these ledgers they would put out. They would basically be doing contracts with everybody. they would be like, and like I said, even the dialogue that they use. So at one point, like one of the Federation doctors, who has become a main character, Halverson, the Federation doctor is like, what happens when someone dies? Because you remember, the Corpus lived for centuries. So some of these people have been working together for literal centuries. So they have come to basically know how work around each other perfectly, in perfect timing, because they've literally worked together for centuries. So like, so they've become adapted to each other. They know like this person's weakness, right? I should find. And so they like, we become less efficient. Right? Where they're like, we become less efficient. So in a way, when somebody dies and they miss the person, it's not we miss this person, it is we become less efficient. It worked this perfect way of language. I have to find it. It's brilliant because it where they're like, but it's really, really fascinating how it. So giving the Corpus their own speech patterns, right? This is huge. If you want them to not sound like 2026 humans, you need stylistic rules for the Corpus, right? Corpus speech habits. They're declarative with certainty. So I haven't compared them to the Mandalorians because I've been working on the Federation and Starfleet. But the thing to keep in mind is the Corpus worship Prophet. That's the main thing. They literally worship Prophet. And the funny thing is, the Corpus managed to out-logic the Vulcans, which is hilarious. The Corpus managed to at one point, so what the Corpus does is, okay, from my understanding, because we keep jumping backwards and forwards in time, right, to get the whole idea, but the basic general consensus is the Corpus hit the USS Athena and basically demonstrate their power. And just basically go through and kill and take hostage, right? And at some point they work a deal with the Ferengi and the Romulans. And then they work with the Vulcans. And they start tearing the Federation apart because of that. They also will get warp easily. So the main weakness the Corpus have is they don't have warp and replicator technology. They do have transporter technology. Well, because think about it. Okay, one of the big things you have to keep in mind is that the Corpus have existed for over 1,000 years, okay? The Corpus have existed as they are, more or less, with like change over time, but basically the Corpus has existed because we know that the old war, all right, I think it was, somebody made a video and they estimated it was about 1,000 years ago, but let's see. How long ago was the old war in Warframe? Because my understanding is it's a minimum of like 111. The old war ended roughly 1,000 years, and that is the minimum. It's probably longer than that. That means the Corpus have probably existed for 1,500 years with that. So the Corpus have managed to, that's one of the things that we don't fully grasp, how much they have streamlined things, because everything is about profit, things that we don't even think about. would come down to profit. And profit, in a way, is logic, okay? Where it's like, what is the most efficient way of doing this? Well, for the Vulcans, that is logic. For the Corpus, what is the most profitable way of doing things? Because the greatest outcome is always the goal. So the Vulcans are like, okay, our scientific endeavors are being held back by Federation morals. And the Corpus are like, we will allow you to do research without the hindrance of the Federation. So the Vulcans can't help it, where they're like, we have managed to become more efficient. Like, the Corpus have managed to slim things down to a massive degree. So even the Vulcans were like, and on top of that, think about it. The Corpus use genetic engineering, purpose breeding programs, enhancements. So one of the things that we have, there's some, like I said, we had to make some leaps in logic. For example, there's no doubt about it, the Corpus use implants, right? Definitely the Corpus use implants. How else do they run a lot of their things? The only reason Visa had to command his MOAs is for gameplay, because you cannot control Visa's mind, right? So he's giving direction to the MOAs, but when you think about it, you never see the Corpus, they only do hand gestures, which means it's more likely they have implants that help them control their helmet, because you can't touch the touchscreen for their helmet. So they probably have implants. On top of that, they have armor enhancing armor in their suits. They have like this, where the suit becomes stronger in areas. So everything they have, and they use genetic engineering, which means that the Corpus are stronger than the Vulcans and the Starfleet because of genetic engineering, and they are bred specifically for purposes. So they have managed to streamline again their own people to have certain tasks where they are far better at it than humans. So when it comes down to it, Starfleet finds themselves in the moral quandary of, we can cure your illnesses, Federation, because we use things you outlaw. Why did Starfleet ban genetic engineering? Because they're afraid of what happened after World War III, right? They're afraid of what happened with Khan Noonien Singh. That was centuries ago. So people in the Federation, on top of that, we made the assumption that the Corpus would use nanites, because honestly, they're 1,000 years in advance, right? So technically, Starfleet should be using a lot of the stuff that we assumed that the Corpus used. But we had to make a lot of logical assumptions about the Corpus. Based on what we know about the Corpus will probably have experimented on humans for centuries and have enhanced their medicine to the point where, yeah, most of the stuff, the few illnesses that they deal with in Starfleet, the Corpus have probably cured. So when it comes down to it, the Corpus aren't even trying. They don't even have to try to manipulate Starfleet. Some woman, at one point, a crewman has a younger brother with a neurodegenerate disease, right? And she starts speaking in secret to the Corpus doctor. And she's like, can you cure him? And he says yes. And so the Corpus are like, we're not even going to charge you for this yet, because it influences the Federation, right? So the Corpus doctor walks into the hospital, examines the person, gives them the cure, and the person who has some kind of, can't even walk, is suddenly able to stand up and hugs the Corpus for saving their life, right? And of course it goes all over the Federation's newsnet, and the Federation is like, we don't believe in genetic engineering, and the Corpus turn to them and tell them why. And so you have the Federation doctors questioning everything they know, because they're like, okay, how can I look at suffering and I'm being told it is illegal, but the Corpus are giving it to us and they have perfected it? So the Corpus are basically the different route from the Federation. The Federation said no to genetic engineering. The Corpus said yes. The Corpus purpose-bred people. The Corpus probably have entire nursery creches, right? I saw this on X once, where there were like artificial wombs, right? That makes sense for the Corpus to use. They can make rooms full of infants, genetically manipulate them, right? Even if you are born outside of the Corpus, we have CRISPR technology already, which alters your genetic structure. So if you take the next step, the Corpus literally So if the thing is, I don't know enough about the Mandalorians, right? If they are on the level, that's why what really outdoes the Federation with the Corpus is the Corpus have been through hell. The origin system is a nightmare. So nothing the Federation can do to them would scare them. I mean, think about it. Warframes, right? Go onto your ship, slaughter everybody, then leave. Like, at one point, as the chief medical officer puts it, right, to the human doctor, right, he's telling him about Warframes, right? So I would really have to look more into the Mandalorians. I mean, I really don't know about the Mandalorians. Right? That's the thing. I don't know about the Mandalorians. That's why I really can't tell you, but I can tell you the Corpus would walk circles around the Federation. So, like, where is it? Where he's like... He basically tells... the right, so he tells this Federation doctor something absolutely brilliant, where he tells the Federation doctor where is it? He's like your day starts. He tells the Federation doctor, he's like, your day start. Imagine you basically, not in these exact words, more in the Corpus way of saying it, but he basically tells them one day, imagine you're going through, stocks and all of that, and all of a sudden you go into engineering and everyone is dead. And he's like, that are Warframes. The Corpus have been through absolute that's what the best part though of all of it though was when the Corpus went on a Federation ship, but not like to fight them, right? And so I ended up bringing in Ket Taro, the child prodigy, right? And he's with the chief medical officer, and they're walking through the Federation ship. I mean, the Federation loses their mind when they find out that this 16-year-old prodigy is working on a Corpus ship, and they're like, should we rescue him? Should we intervene? And they have this whole moral quandary over this child working on a Corpus ship, and finally they're like, we can't intervene. It goes against our ethics. And the Corpus are like, if you try to take one of ours, we will consider it an act of, hostile act. But they're walking on the Starfleet. Think about it. Like let's just think about it, right? Think what a Corpus ship looks like versus a Federation ship, right? They're big, they're bulky. A Corpus ship is multiple times the size of a Federation ship. They're made of metal. The Corpus walk around in basically EVA suits all the time. They have magnetic boots on. Their suits have portable life support, right? The Corpus ships are metal, right? If you lose gravity, your magnetic boots will stick you to the ground. You have portable life support because you're wearing the massive helmet, right? And then they walk into a Federation starship. The floors are carpeted. The walls are soft. There are windows into space. And the uniforms of Starfleet versus the uniforms of the Corpus, right? The Corpus with their heavy, their shields. Right? So the Corpus look at the Federation starship, the Starfleet crew, right? And the Starfleet crew are like, and they're like, and all they basically say is, are you trying to get yourself killed? Like, the Corpus are walking around the Starfleet vessel, and they cannot grasp it. They're like, are you crazy? They look at a Federation vessel, and they're like, even if there's no threat, right? Because at one point, ChatGPT was like, you do not know, the Corpus are telling him, you do not know the Grenier, you do not know the Warframes, your ship is like basically tissue paper. You don't even need, right, to, you don't even need to take into account the Grenier and the Warframes. They look at the Starfleet vessels, and they like the Corpus are like, what are you doing? Like, you're wearing cloth. You're soft. I had one Corpus, the teenager, right, poking at the Starfleet doctor, like, you are soft. It's like, what do you... They simply can't... And of course, ChatGPT is trying to defend the Federation a little by saying, soft doesn't necessarily mean weak. And the Corpus are just like, you have windows on your ships. Like, the doctor at one point, he's like, vacuum is hungry. They cannot understand it. And honestly, when you really, really think about it, I'm beginning to realize that Starfleet has been ridiculously lucky. Because the Romulans, how often have we really seen them in conflict and battle, right? How often have we really seen any real, how often have we seen a real brutal enemy in the world of Star Trek? I mean, the Borg. But they got lucky in a way with the Borg. Oh, your archwing would probably punch right through it. Absolutely. And then you bring in the Grineer. So finally I'm like, all right, let's have a little fun with this. The Corpus managed to get their hands on warp, okay? Easily. Because the Corpus are human. They go to any... At first I was like, okay, warp drive is secret. And then I realized, no, the Starfleet doesn't hide the warp technology. Anybody can find out how it works. I'm like, okay, so any Corpus could go down to a Federation colony, right? Not wear their gear, just wear normal Federation clothing, let their hair grow, wear a hat. And no one would even realize they're Corpus, because even though they're enhanced human, they're not going to stand out like a Romulan. They're enhanced human. So the Corpus get their hands on warp, right? But the Grineer don't have it. So the Grineer, the advantage that the Federation has is the Grineer don't have warp yet, right? So they're trudging along, and by chance the Grineer come across a Federation outpost, right? And the Grineer use projectile weapons. The Corpus look at them and are like, you would be slaughtered by the Grineer. And of course Starfleet, being Starfleet, like, we will negotiate with the Grineer. And the Corpus like, are you insane? The Corpus won't. The Corpus are like, at one point, the Corpus doctor turns to them and he's like, you are lucky. And this Federation doctor, right? The Corpus doctor turns to him and says, you are lucky, right? And the doctor's like, why? And he's like, because you came upon the Corpus first. He's like, the Grineer won't negotiate. The Warframes won't negotiate. It's like, we don't... The Corpus aren't even doing it on purpose. It's like, we are the lesser of the three evils. Like, the Starfleet comes across the Corpus first and are horrified by the Corpus. But then when they come across the Grineer, they're like, the Grineer will just go through your ships and kill everybody and take everything they can. So at some point, Starfleet is negotiating with the Corpus, like, you will not sell warp technology to the Grineer. And the Corpus, because the thing is also, the Grineer could try and get their hands on warp, but the Corpus are so driven and profit driven, and just the Corpus being the Corpus, they are able to terrify the Federation because every one of their predicted timetables are based on humans. They don't understand that the Corpus can work for days on end, that they use stimulants and other things that the Federation would not even... That's why. So the Corpus are like. So finally, a Warframe shows up, right? Because like I said, the only thing holding the Tenno and the Grineer back is they don't have warp drive, right? The only ones who've managed so far to secure warp drive are the Corpus, because the Corpus are smooth-talking deal negotiators. They managed to get their hands on warp. The Corpus are also very smart. Extremely smart, and they're able to figure out how to enhance warp and make it into their own form of warp. And their fast production, keep in mind, Corpus ships aren't just ships. They are entire cities on ships. There are factories, okay, on Corpus ships. Like, these Corpus ships are massive in comparison to Federation ships. I mean, this is just a pillar ship, right? We're talking obelisk ships like this, right? The Corpus ships are entire factories. They would be able to they would come up with ways that would just... the Corpus being the Corpus, right? So the Tenno don't yet have warp drive, but eventually they would probably get their hands on it as well. So at one point, the Federation comes across a Klingon ship. and everybody is dead, right? Yeah, I'm with you on that though. I've given up on Star Trek, Star Wars, Doctor Who, you name it. Star Trek Starfleet Academy is so stupid, there are no words to describe it. I mean, this whole thing with me between the Corpus and Federation, they don't have unions. What are you talking about? Corpus don't have unions. You work. There are no unions. The Corpus don't even not believe in doing human experimentation at this point. The Corpus don't care. Yeah, I completely forgot. I haven't even brought in the infested. I mean, just think about it. Siege, put aside the infested and the void. Wait until they come across an Eximus unit. Like, it did actually do a moment where they come across an Eximus unit. It was like, I can't remember which it was, but it was like the Eximus just drained the power, and they're like, how is this happening? Right? They are absolutely baffled. So here, Eximus units would break Starfleet's playbook. Starfleet is used to energy beings, psychic phenomena, unknown entities, but Eximus powers are combat powers, battlefield control. A single Eximus on a Federation ship would cause chaos because the cadets wouldn't know what rules apply. Leech Eximus shields like... So, and the thing is, at one point, they were like, okay, Starfleet would try to rescue the Corpus from the Corpus, right? They would be like, oh, they're oppressed. It would take Starfleet a while to understand that the Corpus do not consider themselves oppressed, and in fact, the Corpus look down on Starfleet with disgust. Because one of the things that really impressed me was how the Corpus turned the Starfleet's morals on them. Where they're like, we do not believe in doing this. We believe in this. And the Corpus are like, yeah, those are luxuries. We're like, you have the luxury of these beliefs. Right? And that's what makes it so well done, because that's why I'm like, I understand why people don't like ChatGPT. Because the ChatGPT actually made me realize that the Corpus is even more awesome than I thought. Because it turned things that I didn't even consider into profit. Where the Corpus just look at them and they're like, your morals and your ethics are an expense. That was the most brilliant line I heard. It was like, your moral, it's an expense. Dignity is an expense, right? Like, everything, and the thing is also, the Corpus is a religion. Like, everything, this thing managed to work together. The fact that, for example, the Corpus is a religion, right? When it comes down to it, we constantly forget that about the Corpus. The Corpus is a religion. So you're dealing with some of the, like, you think we have a problem with people who come up with crazy ideas right now. Imagine it. The majority of the Corpus, not all of them, some of them are recruits, which means the recruits are probably going to be even more fanatical. The majority of the Corpus were born into the Corpus. The majority of the Corpus are at least 100 years old, probably older. So you're dealing with ships of Corpus who are on average at least 200 years old, because 100 is considered young. And the majority of them probably don't even run into Warframe. So they're at least 200 years old. You have Corpus that are centuries old, who all they have ever known is the Corpus system. On top of that, one of the other things they did is they made the people realize that, okay, Starfleet values people by default, right? You as a human living being, just as a living being, have a natural value. The Corpus make you earn it. So so the more harder you work, the more valuable you are. They basically refer to everybody as assets. At one point, they call the Starfleet doctor, they're like, you're the medical asset. And finally, they eventually call him Dr. Halverson. But they come down to almost the same results, but for different reasons. A Starfleet doctor will save a life because life is valuable. A Corpus doctor will save a life because that is lost profit and an asset. Okay? So a crewman who's been a Corpus tech, who's been a tech for 200 years, his death would be lost potential profit in the future and lost expenses spent on him in the past. The Corpus would give the people of the Federation purpose. In fact, at one point, because I thought it was hilarious coming from ChatGPT, where the Federation is talking to them and they're telling them about replicators. No, oh my god, it was brilliant. It was so brilliant because it was like, you hide your expenses. Where they literally are like, you hide your expenses so everything looks free. Because you know how everything supposedly is free in Star Trek, right? So the Corpus are like, you hide your expenses so everything comes across as free, but it's not. Which was one of the best things ever. It was brilliant. Yes, basically what the Corpus say. Yes, I worked until I had enough money to invest. Yes. No, and that's the thing. And that if everyone could reach profitability. So the Corpus see everyone as an asset and in fact at one point he refers to the Starfleet doctor at some point as an investment. And the doctor finds it insulting until he realizes and understands it from the perspective of the Corpus. If you call someone an investment, or if you invest in someone, that is some of the highest praise you can get. Right? So another thing is, nothing is free. You simply hide the invoice. One of the best things that they say is, right? The Corpus tell them, nothing is free. You simply hide the invoice. For example, and as at one point the Corpus faced the replicators, right? Where everything looks like it's free. And the teenager, the 16-year-old Corpus, points out that energy isn't free. I mean, I love that line where he says, nothing is free, you simply hide the invoice. Oh, we're going over so I ran the whole week. I've been doing Corpus versus Federation, and it has, like I said, I don't know why people don't like ChatGPT. If you use it well, okay, it's actually brilliant. Like I said, it came up with things for the Corpus. Like it didn't even occur to me. But the doctor, the Corpus doctor turns to them where they're telling them about how, they give people things, right? The Federation believes in basically, everyone is every one of our, we view they're like, we value life, we give everybody what they need, right? And the Corpus are like, and so they make it sound like everything they give them is free. And the Corpus simply point out that nothing is free. You simply hide the invoice. Because, okay, you give out free medical care, right? But you still have to, it's not free. You just hide it. So the Corpus, yes, and so everything is an asset. And so every one of their compliments and everything is based on that. And so even the Starfleet doctor at the end, the Corpus doctor, right, tells him, God, it was really well done, because the Corpus doctor tells him, because they're talking about the warframes, right? And the Corpus doctor compliments the human. But it's in his own subtle way, and the human realizes it. And the thing is, the other thing which they point out, which, like I said, this thing tears the Federation apart. It points out that the Federation, where is it? Where he's like, the doctor is walking through, he's like, where is it? Where their idea of praise is very different. So, like, another really good thing. So the Corpus teenager, right, comes across a Starfleet cadet who is in a panic attack, right? Because they're now having to learn how to deal with the Grineer. And the kid tells him, you're looping, which is where your mind gets frozen in a cycle. And he's like, you're looping, you're overheating. And so I love that phrase where it's like, you're looping. They word everything so that it fits their world. We don't say things like, if you're having a panic attack, right? He's telling him you're looping. Your brain is looping. It is wasting power. And that's brilliant, because when the kid starts getting into arguments, he just tells him you're looping. You're wasting power. You're wasting energy. So I have to find it. Like I said, I have so much. I gotta go through it, because there's just... And so even the Starfleet doctor, who does not like it, is beginning to see the benefits to the Corpus. Where he's like... That because of the where is it? And the thing is, the Corpus don't even try to hide it. He's like, at one point, she's like, so Patel's voice went colder. You told Halvorsen, she said, that you preferred him remain useful. Right? He says to him, you told Halvorsen, she said, that you preferred he remain useful. Which is a compliment to the Corpus. Tezin nodded once. Yes. Patel's jaw tightened. You know what that does to a Starfleet officer, she said. You know what it means when someone like you gives rare approval. Unfortunately, I don't. I wish I did. Tezin's eyes narrowed slightly. Yes, he said, I do. Patel's voice sharpened. So don't pretend it was innocent. Tezin's gaze stayed steady. It was not innocent, he said simply. Patel stared at him. Then asked quietly, what do you want from him? Tezin blinked once, almost amused. From Halvorsen, he asked. Patel didn't move. Tezin considered, then answered with chilling honesty. I want him functional, he said. Patel's eyes narrowed. That's it? They word it absolutely... Like I said, they come at it. It's amazing to see it being brought out from the perspective of the Corpus. The Chat GPT is able to look through their eyes in a way that I didn't expect possible. So, like, for example, so you have to guide it. So at one point I told him, I'm like, okay, for the Starfleet doctor, right? Being complimented by Tezin Toring, the Corpus doctor, is huge. Because one, Tezin doesn't compliment often. His compliments are subtle and they're very rare. He's also over 1,000 years old, right? He's over 1,000 years old. And the Corpus have ridiculously high standards compared to Starfleet. So when he tells the doctor, I want you to remain useful, that is a huge compliment to him. And so they're beginning to realize that the Corpus are actually influencing them. So when Tezin says something like, I would prefer you remain useful, this is enormous coming from him, because useful from Tennant is not dismissive, it's respect. It means I acknowledge your competence, I see your value, you aren't fragile, you have potential, you're worth preserving. Starfleet compliments are easy, they're cultural, right? They're expected, but Tezin's praise is rare and costly, and that's what makes it addictive. If Tezin approves of you, you've earned it against a standard older than your civilization. So that's the thing. That's what I absolutely love about ChatGPT, because it rewarded things and showed you the perspective of the Corpus. And like I said, for the Corpus, saying something like, you're doing a great job would not come out. No Corpus would turn to another Corpus and say, you're doing a great job. They would not say, I miss you. They would not say, you're great or any of that. But they would say something as simple as, I would prefer you remain useful. And for the Corpus, on top of that, another line that the Corpus have, because the Starfleet cannot understand how the Corpus can continue. Because when you have warframes in your world, right, and you go through and hundreds are killed, right? So and this was an idea I had a while back, and the Corpus are like, we don't focus on the dead, we focus on the living. We don't count the dead because the dead are no longer of benefit to the Corpus, right? We focus on the living. And that line where it's like, the way he puts it through his head when he's being told, right? So he's like, you are still living, right? Halverson sat alone with a cup of tea that had gone cold. He didn't drink it. He just held it. Like holding something meant he wasn't drifting apart. He replayed the conversation again. Tezin's tone, the calm certainty, the brutality, the precision, and then that line. I would prefer you remain useful. Starfleet officers had said kind things to him all day. A nurse told him he'd been brave. Patel told him he was still living. One of the junior doctors told him, shakily, that he was inspiring. And Halverson nodded. He thanked them. He accepted it. But none of it stuck, because Starfleet praise came wrapped in empathy. It was given generously. It was meant to soothe. It was part of the Federation's softness, its kindness. Tezin's words weren't kind. Tezin didn't soothe. Tezin didn't hand out comfort like rations, and that's why it cut deep. It wasn't nice. It was an assessment, a judgment, a verdict. Halverson stared into space, voice barely audible. He meant it. It hit him like a strange, guilty warmth. Because Tezin's compliment wasn't meant to make him feel better. It It was meant to mark him as worth keeping. And for a moment, just a moment, Halverson understood why Corpus' devotion was so intense. Not because they were mindless, not because they were oppressed, but because their approval was earned. You could spend a century working and never be seen, but if you were seen, if someone like Tezin acknowledged you, it meant more than a medal. It meant you mattered. Halverson whispered, "That's how they do it." He realized suddenly that this was another Corpus lever. Not the board, not profit, not war, not enhancements, recognition. The Corpus didn't give you worth automatically. They made you fight for it, and that created people who would die to prove they deserved it. Halverson's chest tightened because he hated it, and he also understood why it worked. He stared down at the cold tea, and for the first time he admitted something he'd never say out loud. He wanted Tezin's respect again. Not because Tezin was better, but because Tezin's standards were so high that praise from him felt like reality, and that made it dangerous. That's the difference. That was why I love this thing so much, because he's like, the way he pointed out correctly that everyone in Starfleet was complimenting him for holding together, right? They thanked him, right? They handed out comfort like rations, right? It was meant to soothe, right? Everyone is praising him. They thanked him. They told him he was brave, that he worked hard. But then Tezin simply says to him, "I want you to remain useful." And that one sentence was more valuable to him than every single other Starfleet, because he knows in Starfleet they're going to throw compliments and soothing phrases out like rations. "Yeah, you did a great job, Doctor. Wonderful." And that's why the Corpus are so powerful. Because they give them purpose. If you work hard, they acknowledge your worth. And they want you to earn it. And so Starfleet is actually starting to get terrified of them. He's like, let's see. Halverson sat alone staring at nothing. He hadn't slept. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the Klingon bridge again. The captain in the chair, because I think it was a Necros. The peeled skin, the surgical cuts, the message written in corpses. He didn't hear the door, only the faint hiss, then the weight of presence. Halverson looked up. Tezin stood in the doorway, suit on, helmet under his arm. His eyes were calm, too calm for what Halverson had seen. Halverson's voice cracked. "You knew," he whispered. Tezin didn't deny it. "I suspected," he corrected quietly. Halverson swallowed hard. "I can't," he began, with his voice failed him. Tezin walked forward without asking permission, not aggressively, like a doctor entering a room where the patient is in shock. He stopped a few feet away, looked at Halverson for a long moment, then spoke softly but with weight. "Dr. Halverson, listen to me." Halverson's breath shuddered. Tezin continued, voice low, controlled. "We do not count the dead, we count the living." Halverson's eyes burned. Tezin leaned in slightly, not to intimidate, but to make sure the words landed. "And you are still living." Halverson's throat tightened. He looked away, ashamed of the tears he refused to let fall. "I don't feel like it," he whispered. Tezin's gaze didn't move. "Feeling is not the metric," Tezin replied. "Function is." Halverson flinched, and yet it helped because it was something he could hold on to. Tezin's voice softened by a fraction. "You will grieve," he said, "but not now. Now you breathe, now you treat your crew, now you sleep if you can. Now you stay standing." Halverson whispered, broken, "And the Klingons? They are dead," he said. "They do not need your pain, your people do." Because the best thing, he's like, if he counts the dead, he will stop being brilliant, right? And if you count the dead, you stop being useful. I don't know. The thing is, the Klingons are held back by the Federation. physically they might be. I really didn't look much into the Klingons versus the Corpus, but the Klingons would probably be a more difficult challenge to the Corpus than the Federation, because actually the Corpus would definitely be, it just hit me, no, the Corpus would be definitely more powerful than the Klingons, because I keep forgetting one of the most important things I didn't even realize was true until I heard it on X, that the Grineer are on the same power level as Space Marines. So while the Corpus are not on the same level as Space Marines, they're still more powerful by far than humans and even Vulcans. They have fought something that is far more powerful than the Klingons. So do we think that the Klingons, the Corpus could probably fight the Klingons? It took me, I keep forgetting that, because I was surprised to find out that the Grineer are the equivalent of Space Marines. Broken Space Marines genetically, but they are very, very powerful. The thing is, I also keep forgetting a lot of the powers that the Corpus have that are very powerful, like the Eximus units. The Klingons would definitely have a slight advantage over the Federation, because they're not willing to hold back. They're more willing to continue, and they're more willing to set things to kill than the Federation. The Federation, the idea of going onto a Corpus ship with their weapons set not to stun, but to kill, is probably one of their disadvantages. But the thing is, the Corpus, when it comes down to it, they don't want to conquer you. That's the thing, and that's what makes the Corpus so terrifying, because the Federation cannot come up with a reason to fight them. The Corpus are not members of the Federation. They don't want to be members of the Federation, so the rules of Starfleet and the Federation don't apply to the Corpus. Genetic engineering is one of their strengths, because they don't want to join the Federation, and if they join the Federation, they would be forced to stop their genetic engineering. The Federation can't tell them, you're breaking our laws because you're not a part of us. The Corpus aren't, after their initial attack, the Corpus aren't attacking Starfleet. So they're not being violent. Basically, all the Corpus does is intrude on their market. The Corpus, when it comes down to it, wants you dependent on them. A dependent customer. At one point also, when they were panicking about the Grineer, and the Corpus are like, a calm customer it pays more, right? They're like, a calm customer will pay more so they're like, we want you calm. Because he's like, okay, right, so at one point they have negotiations between the Federation and the Corpus, because the Corpus now have warp technology, and one of the greatest fears for the Federation is that the Grineer will get warp technology, because once the Grineer get it, and the thing is, they have to teach the Grineer, because the Grineer aren't exactly smart, so they're like, if the Corpus give the Grineer warp, they're screwed, right, because the Grineer don't stop. So instead, the Federation approaches the Corpus and tries to work out a deal where the Corpus will not transfer warp-capable propulsion systems to the Grineer. And so the Corpus can come up with their own draft. So Corpus Board Trade Concession Draft. Clause 1. Corpus entities will not transfer warp-capable propulsion systems to Grineer authorities. Corpus entities will not provide warp schematics, warp components, or training to Grineer authorities. Any violation constitutes breach of trade agreement with Federation authorities. Rios stiffened. Halvorsen's heart stuttered. Patel's eyes narrowed. You're offering this, she asked carefully. Tezin nodded. Yes, he said. Patel leaned forward. Why? Tezin answered simply. Because I want the Federation calm, he said. A calm customer buys more. So he's like, yeah, we'll make out a deal with you so we don't sell technology to the Grineer. Why are you doing this? Because a calm customer buys more. Patel looked back at Tezin, and what do you want? Tezin's smile returned faintly. Access, he said. Rios muttered. Of course. Tezin continued as if Rios didn't exist. Legal access, he clarifies. to Federation markets, to Federation trade lanes, to Federation commercial ports. Patel's eyes narrowed. That's not controlled engagement, she said. That's market entry. Tezin nodded once. Yes, he said, it is. Patel stared. You move fast, she said. Tezin's eye showed mild amusement. You move slowly, he replied. So every single, and the thing is, why I like the ChatGPT so much is things you wouldn't even consider are market or contracts or profitable, the ChatGPT makes it into, like I said, they turned the Federation's morals into an expense. We're like, we believe in preserving life, and the Corpus are like, those are like luxuries. The Corpus literally, like, they're like, we believe in the preservation of life, or we believe in, like, you know, you don't shoot to kill, right? We use stun, right? And the Corpus just wave it off. They're like, those are luxuries. Like, you have the luxury of your morals. He's like, we don't have that luxury. When you face the Grineer, when you face Warframes, when you face the Orokin, and the Void, and the Infested, and all of that, right? Every single one of Starfleet's ethics and morals cannot exist to the Corpus. So the Corpus dismiss everything like luxuries. They're like, you have the luxury of your beliefs. You have the luxury of your morals. Those are expenses we cannot afford. It's absolutely brilliant how this thing handled it. How it looks at them and it simply says, and at one point, the Ferengi want to buy their suits, and the Corpus are like, "No, we will sell you everything else, but we will not sell you that." On top of that, he's like, "We need guarantees," she said. Tezin nodded once. "Of course," he replied. He then added gently, "Everything has price." Patel's jaw tightened. "You keep using that word," she said. "Price." Tezin's eyes softened faintly, as if she was a child asking why water was wet. "Because it is the correct word," he said. So she's like, Patel didn't look, "You're here about fear." Patel leaned forward. "We're here about warp," she said. Tezin nodded. "You are here about fear," he corrected smoothly. Silence. Rio stiffened. Patel didn't look away. Tezin continued calmly. "You fear I will sell warp to your enemies," he said. "You fear your people will join us. You fear you cannot stop it." Patel's voice went cold. "And you," she said, "want to price our fear." Tezin smiled. "Yes," he said simply. Halverson couldn't stop himself. "You call that reasonable?" he asked. Tezin's gaze shifted to him. He didn't look offended. He looked mildly curious. "Doctor," Tezin said, "you provide medicine freely." Halverson hesitated. "In Starfleet, yes." Tezin nodded. "And outside Starfleet," he asked softly, "does it appear freely?" Halverson's mouth went dry. Tezin continued gently. Nothing is free," he said. "You simply hide the invoice." I love that. Because when you really think about it, nothing in the Federation is free. He's right. We constantly, every single person who watches Star Trek is always saying, you know, they don't have money, right? But Tezin is right. Nothing is free. You simply hide the invoice. And that is one of my favorite things he does. When he turns to the Federation and they're like, "Yeah, we give our medicine for free." And he's like, "No, you don't. You hide the invoice." "You misunderstand," he said. "We do not fear Starfleet weapons. We fear Starfleet outrage." He looked at Patel. You will kill Prophet, he said softly, out of moral disgust, out of pride, out of fear. He smiled faintly. We need you calm. Because calm customers are paying customers, and they will pay more. It's so interesting to see how this managed to completely create in a depth that we don't see in the game, because we rarely don't interact much with the Corpus. Yes, Min Min. Yes, Min Min. Come here. Come here. Come here. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Come on. Why are you? Come on. Come on. Yes. So the whole thing. I mean. So, and the nice thing about Taket, the cadet, the young Corpus who's like 16 is, he's young enough that Tezin is often teaching him. So he's they think this is about ethics. Taket blinked. Tezin continued. It isn't about logistics, he said. They cannot handle two threats at once. Taket processed. Then he said bluntly. Then we become one threat, he said. Tezin's eyes snapped to him. Taket. The boy froze. Tezin leaned closer, voice quiet and severe. We are not a threat, Tezin said. We are a market. Taket's visor dimmed slightly. Tezin continued, patient but firm. A threat inspires resistance, he said. A market inspires desire. Taket nodded slowly. Yes, Chief. Tezin straightened again. That's why they don't want to anger them. They're trying to balance it, where they're like, we're not a threat, we are a market. A threat inspires resistance. A market inspires desire. Basically, that's what makes it so odd. I mean, if they wanted to. And that's the whole thing that the Corpus does. I love their interactions with the Ferengi, because the Ferengi are utterly horrified and at the same time, like, they cannot comprehend it. But they're like, you are what we worship. You are what we pretend to be. Okay, happy now? Oh, there we go. Say hi. Say hi. Say hi. Say hi. Hi. I'm cute. 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 Are you cute? Hi. There's this awesome moment. I said, I love where the Ferengi, I posted on X. Why fight when they can make lots of money trading goods and services? Absolutely. War disrupts business. Why fight when they can make lots of money trading goods and services? The whole goal of the Corpus, when they approach the Federation, is to make them dependent on their goods and make them pay. That's about it. The Corpus want profit. And so the Corpus will not go after the Federation. They will not fight them. They will approach any enemy in that same sense. Where is it? In fact, the Corpus love the Federation. Yeah. Where he's like, he said, Where is it? Here, this one. They call it decadence. So they call the Federation decadence. Patel nodded. Yeah, she said, and they'd be partly right. Halverson looked away unsettled. God, he muttered. So even kindness doesn't mean the same thing. Patel shook her head. No, she said. Kindness in Starfleet is compassion. She paused. Kindness in the Corpus is investment. And this one is the other one. This is the one that goes against everything that, all the modern wokies and their socialism, right? Where everything should be free, right? Your ship gives you food without cost, he said. Patel froze. The first crewman leaned in slightly. That is exploitation, he said. Patel blinked. What? The first crewman's voice stayed calm, almost patient. No, wait, let me word this correctly. So he says, your ship gives you food without cost, the Corpus said, right? Patel froze. The first crewman leaned in slightly. Because the idea of the Federation giving out food for free, that is exploitation, he said. Patel blinked. What? The first crewman's voice stayed calm, almost patient. It exploits labor you do not see. It exploits systems you pretend are free. Patel's stomach dropped. The second crewman added, you pretend there is no cost, he said, so you become blind to cost. Patel opened her mouth. No words came. The first crewman continued matter of fact. That is absolutely 100% true. He's like, so basically the Corpus are, they're talking about meals in Federation, right? And they're like, your ship gives you food for free. Without cost, right? So Patel looks confused. She froze. And so the crewman who told him, who asks her, you give your food without cost, says, that is exploitation. Giving food away for free is exploitation. And so he tells her, this is so well. It exploits labor you do not see. It exploits systems you pretend are free. You pretend there is no cost, so you become blind to the cost. The Corpus are seeing right through them. And another thing, it worded perfectly. Chapout just worded perfectly the differences between the Corpus and the Ferengi. They're not Ferengi, because we had discussed this before, and even I wasn't entirely sure when we discussed the Ferengi versus the Corpus, right? And I was thinking more, and I'm like, no, but now they actually worded it perfectly. It's subtle, but there's a difference between them. They are not Ferengi. The Corpus are what we pretend to be. The Corpus is what the Ferengi pretend to be. The Ferengi love profit, but they also love comfort. They love celebration. They love luxury. They love living. The Corpus don't love profit. They worship it. They don't take profit as pleasure. They took profit as law, as identity, as salvation. That also is brilliant, because it actually, I kept trying to figure out, how do you word the difference between the Corpus and the Ferengi? And it's right. The Ferengi, long-term investment for mutual benefit is the highest form of relationship. And then, like I said, even the doctor, when he tells him, I want you to continue to remain useful, is absolutely brilliant. Everything about this, the way it figured out how to word everything. I mean, my favorite, I will not get over it, my absolute favorite is like, you exploit labor you do not see, and you exploit systems you pretend are free. You pretend there is no cost, so you become blind to the cost. The Federation is at an absolute loss. They don't know how to deal with the Corpus. They don't. Because the Corpus, first of all, in general, have existed for far longer. They have turned our modern day capitalism and marketing into a fine art, a religion, where they just walk in and they immediately can look at you and know how to sell to you. But then look, this is just my dojo. lab, my Corpus dojo, where we have this, like, look at these. The Prova, the Supra, the Quanta, the Dera, the Spectra, the Cycron, the Cynet. I mean, just look at these. The Arca Plasmor. These weapons, the Flux Rifle, the Dual Sestra. Can you imagine if you were a Starfleet officer and you were facing I brought up the Supra. I should have brought up more weapons when I'm talking with ChatGPT, because ChatGPT keeps bringing up the Supra, right? Which is really powerful. But not all Corpus use the Supra. You have the Prova. You have the like you said, the Dera, okay? You have, a lot of them use the Flux Rifle, the Arca Plasmor, the Corpus, and the thing is, the Corpus don't even sell you the best version. But the thing is, even post-scarcity, energy has a cost. So because I was like, how do the Corpus deal with replicators, right? First off, Starfleet isn't post-scarcity. The more it grows, the more it still spreads itself thin, right? No matter how much they pretend it, there are going to be people on the outlie who are going to have to wait for resources to come to them. Because there's still a limit. They can claim to be post-scarcity, but they still have a limit of starships. They have a limit number of resources. It still takes time to build something, right? So no matter how much Starfleet calls themselves post-scarcity, a new corner to the economy. But on top of it, and the thing is, nothing is free. Even if you have replicators building, like for example, starships, right? Starships aren't free. Oh, they pretend they're free. And you have people working. But like the Corpus guy pointed out, you exploit labor. That starship they're on, getting everything for free, is labor that they don't see. They don't think about the people who built the starship, right? You're using, even the replicators rely on energy. Hi, Mimi. Even when you give something for free, it's still not free for real. Like if you have free healthcare, which is one of the problems that countries like Canada and the like don't understand. They're like, we believe free healthcare, right? And yeah, do I think it would be wonderful if we could have free healthcare? Yes, but the doctors, right? The medical equipment, right? The doctor's training. So like he's saying, you exploit labor you don't see. And you hide costs. You pretend they don't exist so you can tell yourself it's for free. But it's not. And when you put in the Corpus, they will look at the Federation and immediately determine everything that actually has a cost. So even if the Corpus don't come in looking for money, because there's only gold press latinum in the Federation, they will find ways to bargain and trade to get what they want and to sell you what they want. They will sell you, but they will basically trade. The Corpus will come into the Federation and basically learn how to use their system and come out of it with rooms full of gold pressed latinum and everything they could possibly want. In fact, at one point I pointed out that the Corpus would actually find this a lot of fun, because they have been in the same economy and the same system for centuries. Do you not think they're bored at this point of dealing with the Grineer, the Tenno? This would be a brand new market, fresh for the taking. They would have a blast. The Corpus would probably have competition to see who could get the most information out of the Federation. At one point, they had a team of Corpus pretending to be defectors. And Federation, being Federation, was like, oh, we'll help you. And then they immediately download their entire database and leave. And they're like, they used us. And it takes them a while to realize when a Corpus is actually in need of help, they won't ask for it. So they actually have an injured Corpus. And he's fighting them. He's like, I will not, And so they realize an actual injured Corpus who needs help won't ask for it, because asking for help means less value. So yes, the Corpus will come into the Federation, see every point where they can make value and exploit it. And that's why the Federation is completely broken, because they're not breaking any rules. They're just doing things that they didn't expect anybody to do. They're also pointing out flaws in the Federation. The genetic engineering one is a genuine flaw. And why doesn't Starfleet use genetic engineering? Yes. Because we're afraid of what happened in the 21st century with World War III. The Corpus would be like, that was a long time ago. Like I said, you still have illnesses in the Federation that the Corpus could probably cure. So at one point, an ensign goes to the Corpus doctor in secret and tells him her teenage brother, is dying from a degenerative neurological illness. And the Corpus use their nanites and their genetic modification to cure him. And so, of course, images leak out of this teenager hugging the Corpus. And the Corpus are like, this time will be for free, because they know that the image at the end is more profitable. So the Starfleet doctors start questioning it, because they've never really faced absolute genetic engineering on the level of the Corpus with humans. Like Bashir, right? Remember Bashir? Bashir, right? Where Bashir was the exception, right? Remember Bashir supposedly was genetically engineered and they didn't like it, right? But it saved his life. Now imagine that on a much bigger scale, right? Where you take genetic engineering on a much higher level. One sec. So the Federation doctor Halverson is facing a moral quandary, because on the one hand he's like, genetic engineering is wrong because of the history of genetic engineering. On the other hand, the human doctor that deals with the Corpus doctor, Halverson. So Halverson is the human, right? And Tezen Toring is the Corpus. He's seeing that the Corpus have the ability to eliminate suffering, and so he's unable to. He's dealing with that, right? He's dealing with having to deal with that whole moral quandary where he's like, okay, so why do we keep banning genetic engineering?
Operator, are you enjoying the view?
And that's what is so, because they don't even have to do anything. The Corpus don't have to do anything, right? They're tearing the Federation apart by their mere existence. And the thing is, the funny thing is, the doctor and the captain of the spaceship, the starship, right? The starship, they're influencing our people negatively, and they're like, okay, well, we can ban them from communicating, right? And so they're like, well, how do you think the Corpus will handle it? If we start banning, we're no better than them if we tell them they cannot communicate with the Corpus. So we monitor it, and the Corpus, so they make it like public at one point where the doctor is asking the Corpus questions, and so they're like, all right, we're gonna make it like part of the database or something, and the Corpus doctor is basically like simply talking about the Corpus, and it's so appealing. Like I said, why does Starfleet ban genetic engineering? There really isn't a reason. They keep cells. One of the episodes to me that made the least amount of sense, and maybe that's just because of me, right, was Commander Riker was given Q powers and refused to use them, right? Because I can't even remember what were his reasons, where it's like, you're no longer human or something. It's like, I'm not going to use it, right? You have the core. It's like you're trying. Like that's why the Corpus keeps saying your ethics and your morals are expensive. Where they're like, okay, your choice not to use genetic engineering is expensive, and it is a luxury that the Corpus cannot afford. And that's why all of it is so well done. But I just love that thought of the Corpus going onto a Federation vessel and being like, are you crazy? Do you want? Is your goal to end yourself? And yes, I know, I'm trying to level up my gun. They did. They turned. when people say, for example, Starfleet Academy is AI slop, I'll tell you this, that is an insult to AI. Because some of the conversations I have seen this thing generate, they said, when Halverson realizes what they're doing, the conversations it's managed to have between the Corpus and the Federation are really well done. I mean, it's not perfect, and you have to sometimes you always breathe into it. So I'd be like, so can you, what would it be like, you know? I'm like, okay, so what if this happens, right? When you really think about it, it really is a mirror. I mean, put aside all of the enemies that the Federation has. Like, don't even bring into it conflict, right? You walk around in fabric. Wow.
Security measures have
The
blocked
Corpus,
the coolant cells
you
in
look at the
place.
Corpus and at first
Destroy
it's like,
them.
okay, that doesn't make sense. Then you really think about it, like, you're in space.
Coolant cell destroyed.
As the teenager Corpus pointed out to the Starfleet doctor, he's like, your gravity turns off, you go up, right? You hit the ceiling, right? Your gravity, right? And then he's like, and then the gravity turns on and you fall again. He's like, you don't even wear magnetic boots. You don't even wear any kind of personal life support system. Yeah, the Corpus life support is temporary, but it's long enough to get you from, if you are in an area where the life support shuts down, your magnetic boots will stick you to the floor and you have enough time to go to an area where there's life support. Like, they also, so you look at it, you're like, Starfleet, I think, I'm beginning to think the only reason Starfleet has existed is because they have pussified their enemies. You really, like, even the Klingon, maybe, I don't know how. The only reason the Federation and the Klingons made any kind of peace was because of what happened to Kronos, right? Okay, that's one of the reasons why I didn't like what happened with the Romulans, because it was a cop-out. Because if you were to put an all-out real war between the Romulans and the Federation, the Romulans would wipe the floor with them. Flat out, I'm sorry. The Starfleet cannot hold its own against anybody. And the idea that the Vulcans and the Romulans would unite because of Spock, just absolute silly. The Vulcans are the, like someone has pointed out, I think they said it in Star Trek 6, the Vulcans are the lapdogs of the Federation.
Security
No
has
one
locked
would
down
want to
the coolant
join the
cells.
Vulcans.
We have no choice.
The
but to
Vulcans
destroy
are
them.
pathetic.
The reactor is going
Right?
into stasis. Now is your chance to complete this
That's
sabotage.
why I really didn't
Use
like what
whatever
they
you
did
can
with the
to make
Romulans.
sure it
Because they
never
did it
works
with the
again.
Klingons, they did it with everybody. And
Coolant
somebody
cell
actually
destroyed.
pointed out on X, they said that the reason they turned the Ferengi into a joke was because the Ferengi would have been too powerful. Even the Dominion, didn't they fail because there was a Cardassian revolt on Cardassia, so they don't join? They also had a lot of more powerful allies. Then they had Odo and the whole thing with the Prophet. They have never... When has the Federation actually faced an all-out war? That's why, when you really think about it, the only... Starfleet should not be able to... They should have... Their ships are... tissue
Fuel
paper.
cell reinserted.
They
when the
make
reactor is
absolutely
restarted,
no
this will
sense.
trigger a meltdown.
They don't. Every single combat with the Starfleet vessel, how little of it do we actually see? Right?
Destroy the fuel injectors.
Even the Kinnear aren't exactly. So that's why the Corpus look at them and go, are you blazed? The teenager, the 16-year-old Corpus, looks at them and goes, is your goal to die? Is that your goal? Is that your purpose? You want to end yourself, Starfleet. Is that what you want? And even ChatGPT, I think he's having a lot of difficulty trying to justify the Starfleet. It's always like, they may be soft, but they're not weak. Every single time they've gotten into conflict, they've gotten lucky. That's why I think they're wiped. That's one of the reasons why I think they're wiping out the enemies. Like the Dominion War. Like, look at the Defiant. The Defiant is the one ship that makes sense. It's got armor plating. It's got. I keep trying to find something that would actually find the Federation a challenge. But like I said, even the Grineer, who aren't even that smart, would wipe the floor with them. Yeah, they spend a lot of energy avoiding war, but when you come across something like the Grineer, okay, how are you going to avoid war with the Grineer? I hate restorations. How do you fight? How do you avoid fighting the Grineer? Right? Okay. How would you fight the look at the Grineer? And honestly, I do think that the Starfleet has plot armor, a lot of plot armor. I mean, from my understanding, the Grineer, the Klingons are on the verge of extinction in Starfleet Academy. That is, how are the Klingons on the verge of extinction? Apparently, what they used that. First off, I'm going to say the burn is the most idiotic thing I've ever heard of, and it is an excuse to get rid of a lot of the enemies. Or even, you're right, even better. How do you avoid fighting the infested? The Corpus, that's why at one point, right, the Corpus doctor tells him, flat out, one of my favorite things he tells him, right?
Our position has been
He says to them, where is it? Halverson whispered, "You're telling me we're not prepared." Tezin nodded once. "No," he said. Then he added something worse. "And you are lucky," he said. Halverson blinked. "Lucky?" Tezin's voice was calm. "Because you met the Corpus first." They got, if the Federation met the Grineer, or the Warframes, or the Infested, they would be wiped out. The only reason the Corpus would not wipe out the Federation is because the Corpus don't want to conquer them. But I have little doubt that even the Corpus could easily decimate the Federation. They don't want to. So every single time it comes up when more enemies show up, the Corpus are like, "You are lucky. You ran into us. We are the most reasonable in the Origin system." And the other thing is their weapons. Would Federation weapons really work on Grineer armor? Probably not. Their weapons compared to here's my Call of Duty. Like, I was gonna say, no, that's why I think, I mean, one of the things, so the whole thing with me between the Corpus and the Federation was a joke.
Folks who love what they do.
Because I thought Starfleet Academy was stupid, and I was like, okay, fine. What is probably the most, if you were to pick an enemy, right? Who would you pick that would kind of be the biggest insult to Starfleet to lose to? The Corpus. Why? Because they're literally just a market, right? The Corpus are a market, right? So it's like you lost to a bunch of salesmen, right? And industrial, right? So I'm like, all right, how can I insult Starfleet Academy as much as possible? I know. Let's see if they can handle the Corpus. I mean, I didn't even start this video. I started with the Corpus on purpose. Because I was like, oh, you lost to a bunch of salespeople who are marketing, right? Right. So I'm like, okay, right? And so what it did, first of all, one of the reasons I continued the experiment, right, was because it actually helps me better understand the Corpus. I said, these comparisons really shone a light on how they view the prophet, worship the prophet, how they view their crew, how their entire system. It really opens your eyes on and opens how you view the Corpus as so much more interesting than you realize. I mean, like I said, I love them where they're like, you hide the expenses so you can pretend there's no cost. It actually broadened the Corpus to you. It was meant to be a joke. But it also made me realize just how pathetically weak Starfleet is. And that they're wiping out the enemies of Starfleet without them ever fighting them. I did not know about that. I wasn't paying attention to that. Honestly, I've been having a lot of fun with this all week. So I've really happy. If you look at my Twitter account, it's all comparisons between them, right? So I don't know anything about that right now, right? But as I said, first off, it made me realize just how broad and interesting the Corpus culture, the Corpus, market, the way they handle enemies can be so interesting that we really don't see enough of the Corpus. If you take what is going on between the comparison between the two, but like I said, that's the reason why I'm frustrated with Star Trek, because you got rid of the Klingons, you got rid of the Romulans for stupid reasons, you got rid of the Borg, supposedly. I'll look into it later. That's wild. And honestly, if I see arrest, that would be good. Finally. But so it's like, I don't know. It's sort of like that moment when I was watching where they're like, when you realize Indiana Jones in the last and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. Yes. Yes, I
did. We're done here. The extraction team will take over from here. Time to evacuate.
You know that joke about Raiders of the Lost Ark where they're like, Indiana Jones didn't have to do anything, the outcome would still be the same. Everything I thought about Star Trek that I knew, the more I look into it through the critical eyes of the Corpus, I realize Starfleet isn't as cool as I thought. I mean, as I said, when you have them going through their ship and the Corpus in their heavy boots and their portable life support and their and you look, I mean, this is Corpus, right? This is Corpus.
Our position has been compromised.
Right?
Defend the cargo until reinforcements arrive.
This isn't even a spaceship, right? But this is Corpus design, right? Metal floors, right? Industrial strength, right? This is Corpus, right? Okay. This is Corpus. Now imagine it next to Starfleet. I can't get over their spaceships anymore. I cannot get over their starships.
Reinforcements are inbound. Hold the line.
I can lower it slightly. It forced me to reset it. Right? Because it updated. Every time Streamlabs OBS updates, it does that. I mean, most people aren't even interacting with me on X over my Corpus versus Federation, which is my biggest disappointment, because you know what? That would be what I want the internet to be about. All right? you know, discussing different worlds, a nerd talk, right? I miss that. It's like I kept expecting someone to throw something at me, and every time, right, throw something at me that, like, okay, you know, a hole in my argument about the Corpus versus the Federation. I can if I want to, but this is easier. I just lowered that game. Wait, so it did lower my audio? Because it should have just... Hi. Hi, Min Min. Hi. Why are you so attention-seeking? I'm trying to kill enemies. She's right here. You can see her. She's right here. The thing is, okay. All right, like I said, so you have what is it? So you have their ships don't make sense. Their ships don't make sense. When it really comes down to it, that is not a starship. Right? That is not a starship. Do you really want to go out in space with window? I mean, this isn't a ship. So these windows aren't a ship. Okay? Do you really want to go on a spaceship with windows? I mean, the Corpus, you look at them and you're like, okay, you look at the Corpus, right? You're like, yeah, that makes sense that they work in space, so they look like that. Min Min, don't dig through the garbage! Don't do that, Min Min! And I mean, I think what really is disappointing isn't even the ship. It's the realization that, you know, they really haven't... Because look. It's I said, I remember when I found out about the Romulans, right? And I was so angry about it. And that's why I'm in favor of just getting rid of the entire Kelvin timeline. Because to me, what happened to the Romulans was lazy. Min Min, what are you doing? Get out from here. Min Min. Get out from under there. Right? Garbage is not food for cats. I remember finding out about the Romulans, and first off, I will admit I like the Romulans. Okay, let me be clear about that. I do like the Romulans. I really like the Romulans. I've always liked the Romulans. So when I found out that they wiped out the Romulus, right? I was very angry because it felt like a copy of what happened to the Klingons, where they're like, we are so incapable of coming up with something creative and new with the Romulans that we just basically, we know that the Federation in an all-out war against the Romulans would probably lose. So instead, we're just going to wipe out the Romulan home planet, which, by the way, I'm not wasting my time arguing because I really don't want to talk about it, okay? I'm not going to go into it, all right? That's it. I was about to, then I'm like, to hell with it. I'm tired of politics, okay? This is what angered me about X. Because if I say something like, I don't want so-and-so in, you know, private spaces, whatever, or make some comment about how girls who think they're boys are some of the most stereotypical feminine people you'll ever find, everybody responds and everybody likes and comments, right? And everyone is celebrating and, oh my God, she's talking. Yeah, okay? No, do I think that the women who think they're guys are some of the most stereotypically feminine people you can possibly find? Yes, absolutely. I knew the moment I saw the voice actor who plays a male character, followed them on X, I knew immediately she was a she. I was like, did I find the wrong account because this person's blatant, even though the picture looks slightly, with a boy, right? Every post was feminine. Okay, but every time I post something about that on X, I get like 50 million people responding. But if I post something like, I think the Corpus would kick the asses of the Federation, and I get like 3 people. So no, I don't give it. You know what? I'll tell you this. I don't care. Okay, because it's not going to help me in any way. All right? Do I think he's innocent? Yes. I'm not going to argue about it. Okay? No. You want to know? None of it's going to help me. All right? I am tired of it. I want to go back to when the internet was, when I could go and argue with, when I could say, yes, Starfleet Academy is retarded. Flat out, it is. So there was a Midnight's Edge video a couple years back that was brilliant. There was a video from Midnight's Edge that explained the difference between how everything Kelvin timeline calls themselves canon, but it's really not canon, right?
That's the last of them.
Okay.
Objective is secure. Let's go.
And so it's like it has to be 25% different. And so I personally am 100% for getting rid of everything, including the Kelvin. The Star Trek, the first movie, was fun, right? Okay. The first Star Trek movie was fun, but it was stupid. Pause and think about it. There are so many holes in even the first one, right? Why is Kirk, who's like, what, 20, suddenly a captain? Because, no, he would not have still been made a captain, right? All right? The second one was dumb, and the third one was actually pretty dumb, okay?
There is a large platoon of Grenier Marines stationed here. Leave no one standing.
Look, whenever I want, I just, you're coming in here and I'm clearly not talking politics and you're bringing up something, I'm trying to, the topic is even called Starfleet Medicine versus Starfleet versus Corpus. So, when you think about it, right, wait, oh my god, I was distracted, right, so I personally would go wipe out everything because there's nothing left. They keep wiping out, and the thing is, as I joked on X, they're like, okay, the only enemy they have is straight white men at this point. I hate Starfleet Academy. You know, like I said, I was a massive fan of the Romulans, okay? I like weird enemies, right? I love the Corpus, right? You know that. I absolutely adore the Corpus. I love the Romulans. I absolutely love the Romulans. Okay? Okay? The books are considered their own timeline, right? They are not considered canon, and they often contradict each other. That's why the books are great, but they're not considered canon. That's why it's called. There's Memory Alpha online, the website, the Memory Alpha website, and then there's Memory Beta. Memory. Oh my god. Memory Alpha is about the canon track, the shows. Okay, and Memory Beta is about the books. They bring up different things the books bring. But it's like, so how did they defeat the Borg? It's like they trapped them, right? They destroyed their conduits to the Alpha Quadrant, so they trapped them temporarily in the Delta Quadrant. So I'm a massive fan of the Romulans. I've always liked the Romulans, right? Always liked the Romulans. But when I watched but I like the Klingons too. I like the creativity and their whole culture, and it's fascinating. And you destroyed the Klingons now. First off, why are the Klingons on the verge of extinction? So you got rid of another potential enemy. Because what? Starfleet is weak. I did not realize just how weak Starfleet was until I put them up against the damn Corpus. Like, the Corpus could wipe out Starfleet. If the Corpus could wipe out Starfleet. Like I said, the Corpus aren't weak, but the Corpus are basically, if you want to mock someone, you could be like, yeah, the Corpus would wipe you out because they're just a market, right? Of course, they've learned to be fighters, but initially the Corpus were... There's two. No, three. There's the main timeline, which they stopped making after Deep Space Nine. The novel timeline, which is basically multiple because they're just the novels aren't considered canon. And then the Kelvin timeline, which is all of Kurtzman Trek and all that, and Abrams Trek and all that. Kurtzman Trek continues from Abrams Trek. I never watched Discovery except for like the little bit they added of Spock, and I was horrified by what I saw. I'm not, and I'm gonna look, everybody else, I'm gonna say this, alright? Everybody else on X is like, you're free to like it if you want. I'm not saying you can't like, I'm gonna flat out say it. If you like Starfleet Academy, you're an idiot. Flat out, I don't care. I'm not Clownfish TV or Nerdrotic or any one of those other more nice people. I will acknowledge that some people like things that are bad and some people hate things that are good. I happen to be one of them. I do not like Skyrim. It's just not my type of game. I'm not into Skyrim, alright? I can also understand why some people don't like Warframe, okay? But this is so monumentally stupid. You have to be brain dead to like Starfleet Academy. And you are not a Star Trek fan. If you like any of the Kurtzman Trek, I mean, at least the Kelvin timeline was slightly more Star Trek. And I'll admit it, Carl Urban was a phenomenal Dr. McCoy. So at least the first three movies, I'll say, yeah, you're slightly a Star Trek fan, okay? But anybody who likes Kurtzman Trek, you're not a Star Trek fan. You know nothing about Star Trek. And you know what? I'm going to make fun of you. I said, I'm not Clownfish TV, okay? This is me being a little bit biased and maybe even hypocritical when I say, if you like Starfleet Academy, you have been dropped on your head multiple times as a child. And it shows. That is so monumentally dumb. Like I said, that's why the whole thing started out with the Corpus as a joke. Coming aboard the Athena and just wiping the floor with them as they said. Okay? So honestly, I really like it. I'm going to continue and I got to go through everything and maybe summarize it and write it out for myself. Like, take what they wrote and add to it and make it better written and maybe post it. But the thing is, even everything I gained from my competition between the Federation and the Corpus, you can use it as a source for just writing about the Corpus and the origin system, because it highlights the differences between the two. It helps you see the differences between the two and really value what makes the Corpus the Corpus. Okay? It is dumb. It is dumb on the level, like I said, the Corpus children will look at Starfleet Academy cadets and be like, how are you still alive? Corpus children. One of the Corpus, actually, when in my thing was like, your starships are built like nurseries. And then they're like, no, because we protect the Corpus, they're like, we protect our children better than you protect your starships. Because the guess is, the Corpus hide their children. Because we know the Corpus have children. Or at least born out of artificial wombs kind of thing. The problem is nobody is smart enough these days to write Star Trek. Nobody is smart enough to write Star Trek. They're so dumb. Like, I got into an argument with somebody at one point who's like, Star Trek isn't for Republicans. Why do so many Republicans like Star Trek? And it's like, you clearly don't know anything, first of all, about Republicans. Or like, he's like, why do all the far right like him? Like, first of all, you don't know anything about what's going on right now, where it's like everything left of Lenin is now considered right, okay? Second of all, you don't know anything about Star Trek and Star Trek fans when you have people you call far right complaining about modern Star Trek who were fans of original Star Trek. The crazy thing is, right, Zenny, right? The crazy thing is, somebody actually told me that if Twitter told me to not like Deep Space Nine, like if Deep Space Nine came out today and Twitter told me it's a black captain, you have to hate it, I would hate Cisco. It's like, are you stupid, right? Cisco is by far my favorite captain, okay? My favorite part in dealing with people on X is most of them automatically, I don't even understand it. Honestly, I don't understand it, right? People automatically assume, most people would be along the lines of Nerdrotic. people automatically, for some odd reason, automatically assume when they talk to me on X that I'm a straight white man. I'm literally called the hijabi gamer on X. So at the bare minimum, based on my name on X, I'm a woman and Muslim, okay? The Arab American part isn't even there, okay? You don't even have to, you basically, at the bare minimum, you know I'm Muslim and I'm a woman, okay? And yet, so many people have said you are a straight white man. Or have assumed it. So when they're like, oh, you hate minorities, you hate this, I'd be like, I'm a Muslim woman, right? Okay? They completely lose it. One person was like, you agree with people who hate you. I'm like, but I've spoken with geeks and gamers. I've spoken with, they don't hate me. In fact, I've gotten more hate from your side of things. Like, they automatically assumed that. Someone actually thought I was AI. Because I dared criticize Warframe's Digital Extremes pride. They were like, this person is a bot.
Operator, were you visualizing a bloody battle?
Me too.
Yeah, that's the problem. You're right, Mr. Dystopian. Yeah, no, but Mr. Dystopian, you're right. They can't, they only write because they have political reasons and political motivations. I'm telling you, when I started writing about the Corpus, it was a joke. Like, when the Corpus literally say things that break this modern communism, crazy socialism, that wasn't my goal. For when the Corpus say something like, you pretend that your costs don't exist, that wasn't my goal. My goal was 100%, right, to just, first off, make fun of it all, right? To make fun of it. To make fun of 100%. So I broke Grok. As I said, my first initial goal was, okay, all right, I love the Corpus. No, they're not. They can't write. First off, there's a lot of self-inserts. All right? Second of all, they keep putting their own modern morals on them, which is why I like what Grok and ChatGPT did with the Corpus. They didn't put the modern morals. They wrote about the Corpus as the Corpus would be. Right? I don't want that's why I have to give respect. Okay? I have to give respect. I don't agree with Digital Extremes. That Digital Extremes is woke. But they don't put their morals into the game. Okay? You don't find out. Wow, thank you for the $10 super chat for an AI improvement tax. Patriotic adult. Thank you. Wow. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I should get some kind of automatic, like, cheering or something. But, no, but as woke as Digital Extremes is, they still don't put their morals into the game. You don't see some hidden love story between Alid V and Frode Beck. Now, yes, you have a relationship between Albrecht and Lloyd, but that isn't breaking lore of the game, and actually, it would make sense for the Oricon, right? For profit. I should get Viso's Take Your Shot for profit and clip that and use that. But so you've never seen me complain about Albrecht and Trotty and Lloyd. First of all, it would make sense that the Orkin would be that way. They would they would be, they are very flamboyant, very, well, it would make sense. I have no problem at all with the relationship between Lloyd and Albrecht. Even though I find Lloyd to be so annoying, at least in the beginning. My God, I did not like Lloyd at all. I really didn't like Lloyd. On the other hand, you don't see what Bungie did with Destiny and Warframe. Bungie took Osiris and Saint 14 and paired them. You don't see this sudden secret love affair between Frode Beck and Alid V. We pretend to hate each other on the board, but secretly. No, because the Corpus would not even want that. The Corpus would be like, absolutely not. That is not profitable. So, but they can't write without preaching at you. They can't write stories for fun, which you kind of feel bad for them. On top of that, they have to keep self-inserting themselves. Like I said, one of the things I also really liked with what ChatGPT did, and I have to find it made a whole list of phrases that you would use, that the Corpus would use instead. Because I'm like, one of the biggest problems we have okay. Let me see if I can find it, because I think it would be under 2026. Alright. So I'll say this. So giving the Corpus their own speech patterns. Good luck, Zenny. It's ice. Good luck, you need it. Good luck, Zenny. I did a lot of shoveling last weekend. It was hard. But this is what, see, one of the biggest complaints we often hear about in Star Trek and every show, The Witcher, everybody sounds like 2026 or 2025. So this is one of the things I absolutely love that ChatGPT did, giving the Corpus their own voice. This is huge. If you want them to not sound like 2026 humans, you need stylistic rules. Here are Corpus voice traits you've naturally built. They first off, Corpus speech habits, declarative certainty. The Corpus don't hedge, okay? They don't say, I think maybe. They say, that is incorrect. That is inefficient. That is not acceptable. So they don't say, I think maybe. They say, that is incorrect. Replacement of emotional words with economic words. Instead of, I care, they say, I am responsible. This is my investment. I will not permit loss. Correcting instead of arguing. They don't debate feelings, they correct faulty logic. That is not accurate. They use nouns like titles. They'll call you engineer, crewman, Federation, asset, not, hey buddy. They treat behavior like diagnostics. Instead of, he's sad, they'll say, he is declining, he is unstable, he requires correction. So it actually even created a Corpus voice Bible. How to write believable Corpus dialogue without sounding like 2026 humans. Core rule, Corpus speech is not emotional first. It is economic plus diagnostic plus hierarchical. Even when they care, it comes out as responsibility, investment, risk management, and correction. That's true. The Corpus are not emotional first. They will be economic, diagnostic, and hierarchical. So Corpus worldview dialogue engine. Every line should reflect at least one of these assumptions. Profit is morality, not greed, not capitalism, religion. They do not apologize for profit language. The body is equipment. They respect biology as a system, not as sacred nature. Harm is normalized, not sadism, not cruelty. Violence is just a tool that reduces other costs. People are assets. Even loved people are still expensive, valuable, high investment. Stability is holy. Stagnation can be seen as optimal. Newness equals risk. Corpus speech patterns, the accent of their culture. Declarative certainty. Like I said, Corpus don't hedge unless lying or negotiating. Avoid, I guess, maybe, sort of, I kind of think. And use instead correct, incorrect, that is inefficient, that is waste, that increases risk, that is not acceptable. Example, the Federation would say, I don't know if that's safe. The Corpus would say, it is unsafe. Correction culture. They don't argue, they diagnose. Example, no, your assumption is incorrect. Your conclusion is flawed. Your priorities are inefficient. They speak like teachers, engineers, and auditors. Numbers as comfort. They quantify things when stressed. Example phrases: probability of failure unacceptable, downtime exceeds tolerance, replacement cost is too high, casualty margin exceeded. They call people by role instead of hey dude, sir or ma'am, engineer, crewman, tech, medic, officer, asset, federation. Corpus vocabulary bank. Use these repeatedly to keep the voice consistent. Profit, dividend, margin, yield, return, investment, cost, waste, debt, contract, asset, and liability. Engineering medical word. So yeah, it gives you a whole bunch. Corpus humor. Even corpus humor. Corpus humor is dry, teasing, dominance coded, status aware, and often deadpan. They mock inefficiency, weakness, softness, ignorance of the origin system, pretending ethics changes reality. Humor examples would be, your plan is inspirational, it will also kill us. You are brave, that is inefficient. Good news, you're alive. Bad news, you're still you. Stop being dramatic, save it for your death report. Emotional expression without sounding modern. Instead of are you okay? You are declining. Your function is reduced. Stop, you will collapse. You are becoming a liability. Instead of I care about you, they say I am responsible for you. I will not permit your loss. Yes, ma'am. And the corpus would be not, it would be like, no, it would be like customer. Instead of saying I'm proud of good output, acceptable performance, and you are improving. Instead of emotionally yelling, they threaten consequences. You will stop, you will comply, I will restrict your access. Do you want to become replaceable? So here are some of Tezin's trademark phrases, because Tezin is older than most systems, highly disciplined, gruff, not sentimental, extremely patient until limits are crossed. He speaks slowly, rarely wastes words, doesn't argue emotionally, corrects, disciplines, and contains, does not brag, sees everything as risk management. Tezin's signature phrases are no, enough, stop, this is not a question, you are valuable, act like it. That one's good. You are valuable, act like it. Do not make it sacred, outcomes matter, regret is irrelevant, and stability is profit. Corpusizing modern dialogue. If you write a line that feels 2026, run it through 3 conversations. Modern. So are we? I'm worried about you. The corpus. You are unstable. Stop. Modern. That's messed up. Corpus. That is inefficient cruelty. The modern. That's not fair. The corpus. That violates contract expectations. Modern. Let's talk about how you feel. Corpus. State the problem clearly. Modern. You're traumatized. Corpus. You are degraded by memory. You are degraded by memory. You are degraded. You are traumatized. You are degraded by memory. That is awesome. Corpus insults. Corpus insults focus on uselessness. You are expensive. You are waste. You are inefficient. You are replaceable. Your output is disappointing. You have negative value. You have negative value. I like that one. You have negative value. So these are default lines Corpus would fall back on. Correct, incorrect, acceptable, unacceptable. That is waste. That is inefficient. Your method is flawed. Your assumption is incorrect. That is not optimal. That increases risks. Reduce risk. Control the variables. The cost is too high. The margin is too thin. This is profitable. That is not profitable. Your plan lacks yield. Explain your logic. You are a drain of resources. State your objective. Outcomes matter. Emotion is irrelevant. Sentiment is noise. Stop performing. Stop speaking in circles. You are wasting time. Apologies are rare. Excessive. I must disengage. careful. Corpus don't apologize emotionally. They apologize transactionally. Error acknowledged. Responsibility accepted. That outcome was suboptimal. Don't look kindly on you. That's good. Stocks don't look kindly on you. Compensation will be adjusted. So, Corpus showing concern or care. This is how Corpus show care without softness. So you are declining. Stop before you collapse. You will rest. You will eat. You are impaired. You are unstable. You are becoming a liability. I will not permit your loss. You are too valuable to waste. Your survival is required. Their apologies are transactional. Prophet religion phrases, iconic corpus. These make them sound like believers. Prophet be praised. Prophet sustain us. Prophet is order. Prophet is survival. Debt is discipline. Waste is sin. I will not commit waste. Earn your cost. Be worth investment. I like that one. Be worth investment. The market decides. The market remembers. The board sees all. The board rewards. And the board removes. Corpified Federation phrases. Translator cheat sheet. These are super useful for writing Starfleet Corpus scenes. Federation. Are you okay? Corpus, you are declining. Federation, I'm proud of you. I'm gonna say secondhand emotion. I'm proud of you. Corpus, value confirmed. Federation, please. Corpus, proceed. Federation, thank you. Corpus, your output is recognized. Federation, I'm sorry. Corpus, error acknowledged. Federation, I forgive you. Corpus, debt cleared. Federation, I love you. Corpus, I am responsible for you. Federation, this is wrong. For the Corpus, it's, this is waste. Federation, that's cruel. Corpus, that is inefficient suffering. Federation, we must do the right thing. Corpus, we must reduce losses. Corpus profanity. Corpus don't swear like modern humans. They swear like accountants, engineers, and priests of profit. So their profanity is often religious, prophet damn you, economic, wasteful parasite, mechanical, malfunctioning scrap, bureaucratic, unapproved liability. You are an unapproved liability. You are a wasteful parasite. You are malfunctioning scrap. Mild, casual expletives. Waste, scrap, rot, defect, static, stupid machine, unprofitable nonsense, and my favorite, market rot. Medium, insulting. You are waste, you're a malfunction, you're defective, profitless idiot, uncalibrated brute, debt-brained, low yield fool, harsh and threatening. I will mark you replaceable. You will be audited. I will revise your contract. Profit damn you. And by far the worst one, you will be liquidated. Religious swears. By prophet, prophet preserve me. Prophet witness this stupidity. Prophet take you. My favorite, though by far, is may the market reject you. Okay, so Tiket at one point stole a Federation tricorder, right? So he's like, The door sealed behind them. Tiket turned instantly, eyes bright with anger. You embarrassed me. Tezin didn't even blink. You embarrassed yourself. Tiket's jaw clenched. I discovered use for information, he snapped. Federation encryption is... Tezin raised one finger. Tiket stopped mid-word. That one gesture said, stop, now. Tezin's voice was quiet. You are cycling, he said. Tiket hissed. I am thinking. Tezin corrected instantly. You are overheating. Tiket's hands clenched. Tezin stepped closer. Sit, he ordered. Tiket didn't move. Tezin stared at him for 3 seconds. Tiket sat, hard, like it offended him. Tezin exhaled slowly through his nose and began unfastening his gloves. You stole from a guest, Tezin said. Tiket scowled. Acquired. Tezin's eyes narrowed. Say acquire again, he warned, and I will make your mouth expensive. Oh God, that is awesome. Say acquired again, he warned, and I will make your mouth expensive. Tiket went still. He blinked rapidly, recalibrating. Theft, he muttered. Tezin nodded. Correct. Tiket glared. It is inefficient, Tiket said. She would have refused permission. Tezin leaned in. And you, Tezin said, voice low, are not allowed to test the Federation's softness. Tiket frowned. Softness. He hated that word. Tezin saw it. You think their softness makes them weak, Tezin said. Tiket nodded instantly, yes. Tezin didn't argue. He merely said, and their softness is why they will survive longer than you expect. Tiket blinked. How? Tezin tapped Tiket's forehead once with a knuckle. Firm, not cruel. Because softness makes allies. And allies are profit. Tiket scowled. You sound like bored. Tezin's eyes hardened. I sound like a man who has lived longer than your attitude, he replied. Well, I like that. I will say acquired again, and I will make your mouth expensive. But that's actually brilliant, because it does what a lot of people don't do. They would write the corpus like us. They would use words we use. They would use insults we use, and the corpus won't use them. They will say you are becoming a liability. They will not say you're an idiot. They will tell you you are becoming a liability, and that would be an insult to them. And he said, and I will make your mouth expensive is a very good threat from the corpus perspective.
This is a mobile defense mission. You must deliver payloads and defend a number of locations while I break into the network.
I mean, there was this awesome, at one point there was another conversation where they asked, where the Starfleet doctor asked them, he's like, you know, what happens when someone dies? And because, you know, they, like I said, the corpus had been working for centuries, right? So some of these people have been working with the same person for centuries. And so they're like, and so for the corpus, they don't say, I missed that person. They say, our efficiency has dropped.
This will take a moment.
And that's why it's so... that's why I really am liking ChatGPT, because it's opening up its flaws in my art in what I would perceive about them, and gives them their own unique voice, their own unique language, their own unique, you know, what makes the corpus corpus. It opened my eyes to things that I would not even consider having. I will not get over one of my favorites. My absolute favorite is that your morals
still working on it.
Are expensive.
Continue to defend.
And that even things that we would take for granted, the corpus would look at it and be like, that is decadence and waste. And what you hold important are expensive. The idea that you have the ability to ban genetic engineering is expensive. You're willing to pay the cost. It's really well done. We even went over the corpus suits and what they would be, what we could assume they are capable of. For example, the religious significance of them, the capabilities of them.
I need
me
access
being
to a terminal.
constantly stopping, right?
Find
But,
one and patch me in.
profile. 1 sec. So I asked it about the Corpus suits, right? And I did fast forward it to I did, of course, quote tweeted at Digital Extremes and Rebecca, but of course they never answered me because they never do. So overall, what a Corpus suit makes possible. A Corpus suit lets a person work longer, survive harsher environments, endure injuries longer, move with heavy armor as if unburdened, operate as part of a ship's systems, fight as an industrial soldier, and stay productive even while injured. In Starfleet terms, it's closer to a Starfleet EVA suit with combat armor, a medical bracelet, a tricorder, internal comm badge, stimulant regimen combined into one always-on system. So, for example, primary purpose, life support plus industrial combat. A Corpus suit is not just clothing or armor. It's basically a work uniform, a spacesuit, combat gear, tool harness, medical stabilization system, and identity marker all in one. Corpus don't dress up to fight. They're always in a system designed for survival and productivity. Integrated life support. We've established the Corpus suit has limited life support, which matches canon logic. Corpus operate in hazardous environments and often never remove suits. Likely features are temperature regulation, atmospheric filtration and oxygen management, emergency seal capability for hull breaches and decompression, internal rebreather system, CO2 scrubbing and toxin filtering. This allows them to survive in damaged ships, contaminated industrial zones, vacuum exposure for short duration, and toxin chemical environments. Race recycling and suit hygiene. We decided very plausibly, and basically it is canon as well because comments that his recycle systems were functioning. They do not use bathrooms the way the Federation does. On top of that, water takes up a lot of space. So taking showers and having running toilets would be very expensive in space. Rely on suit waste recycling absorption systems. So the suit likely uses waste reclaim unit, microfiltration, skin contact underlayer to wick and absorb waste. So basically it has an underlayer that absorbs the waste through the skin. We were wondering a while back, how does the Corpus recycle systems use? Do they have catheters or any of that? No, they don't. They have a skin-tight underlayer that absorbs waste through the skin. So you don't need any of that kind of thing. You're basically wearing an underlayer that absorbs it and recycles it. Hydration recovery. This fits with their nutrition cube diet, which has minimal waste output. Because when we look at the Zaramen, they have protein cubes, carbohydrate cubes. There's very little waste in their diet. So they probably don't have very much waste that needs to be absorbed from their bodies when they're literally eating the bare minimum of carbohydrate cubes and protein cubes and all of that. So they don't need catheters and all of that other stuff to deal with number 1 and number 2, if you know what I mean. It just wicks it through their skin. So that's how the recycling system works, right? Nutritional compatibility plus stimulant tolerance. Okay, this is one we're assuming because the Corpus diet is streamlined. The suit supports long productivity windows. We've inferred, this is an inference, they can operate for days effectively. Stronger stimulants than Federation caffeine exists, undoubtedly. In fact, the caffeine would probably put them to sleep. You're like, are you trying to kill me with this caffeine? The suit may help regulate stimulant dosing, hydration, electrolyte balance, and blood oxygenation. Again, medical built in. Armor and physical augmentation. The suit's bulk, the boots, the harness, the heavy arm pieces would normally slow a person down. But in-game Corpus move fluidly. So that suit likely has servo assist, which we know through the game, right? That they serve powered joint support, especially shoulders and arms. We know that's in-game. They mentioned they have that. Impact dampening. You literally see the Corpus dropping down from like 2 stories and landing on their feet. So they definitely have impact dampening. Magnetic boot grip stability. Undoubtedly they have that if they are able to function in vacuum. You never see Corpus floating around unless they're like dead. Recoil compensation. Net effect, the Corpus in full suit is stronger than baseline humans, more resilient under impact, able to wield heavy weapons longer without fatigue. This is why Starfleet hand-to-hand would be outmatched. Helmet system, HUD plus sensors plus comms, which again makes sense. The eye level of the Corpus helmet is not eye level, it's too low. So they can't see through that. They're seeing through screens built around. Even though your image shows him without helmet, the helmet is still fundamental. We've determined the helmet likely includes a full HUD overlay, IR low light vision, threat detection and targeting, encrypted short-range comms, translation and compression, the metallic Corpus voice, and importantly, implant-linked control. We've inferred there's likely a neural implant interface so they can control suit sensors, helmet displays, and data readouts without using their hands because they can't reach into the helmet. So it makes sense that they have some kind of neural relay that allows them to control their helmet without buttons. Built-in medical scanning and emergency treatment makes, again, sense. This is one of the coolest ideas we added, and it fits Corpus logic perfectly because the whole goal of the suit is to keep them working as long as possible. We established the suit probably contains vitals monitoring, constant, medical scanning, limited but effective, emergency injectors, coagulants, pain suppression, stimulants, and anti-shock, stabilization protocols until reaching an autodock. So a Corpus crewman may survive injuries that would put a Starfleet officer down fast. It also explains why Corpus tolerate high casualty environments, brutal work conditions without collapsing as often as Starfleet would expect. And finally, data security and anti-tamper. Because the Corpus are paranoid and profit-driven, the suit likely has encryption, wipe protocols, implant authorization. The suit won't fully function for the non-owner. So you have to be the person who owns it. Remote lockout by supervisors or ship systems. This also makes capturing a Corpus crewman difficult because the suit will fight interrogation via data denial. The crewman will resist fanatically. The suit may prevent access to internal tech. Because at one point, the ChatGPT had them stealing a Corpus, dead Corpus in a suit, and the suit basically exploded. Social and religious function. This matters a lot. The suit is also a symbol of belonging and a mark of devotion. It means I am Corpus, I am valuable, I am in the system. So they don't take it off casually, not even for comfort, because comfort is not the point. They wear that and it marks them as part of the Corpus. And so they would never want to take it off. It really is. But the thing I don't understand, so that's why when people are like, Starfleet Academy is AI slop. No, it's not. No, it's not. AI actually can do some pretty impressive things.
Stay focused.
It really
There's
can.
a heavy unit
compared
approaching.
to the garbage that Starfleet Academy is. I heard about the last episode. Yeah, I'll admit it. I am not watching this garbage. Okay, I am not watching Starfleet Academy. I'm watching Az. I'm watching Disparu, and I'm really. You even destroyed the Klingons.
Drop me in and defend our position.
You really think someone like Jaden would be allowed to survive past his first year?
This will take a moment.
But then they have a female Jem'Hadar Klingon, whatever. I'm very, very. As I said, I do not consider anything past Deep Space Nine and Voyager as canon. That's it. No, Enterprise. Enterprise is the last of the canon. Anything Kelvin, I said, I like. I Want to Die. Carl Urban was a phenomenal McCoy. He was the best one of the entire cast. All right. But that is not Star Trek. And Starfleet Academy, like I said, Clownfish TV, they're very nice. Clownfish TV, they're like, You're free to like it. We're not. Look, by the way, Clownfish TV is probably the only YouTube channel that I have watched religiously since they had something like 30,000. Okay, I'll get bored. I'll sometimes watch other channels, stop watching others because, like, for example, I like D-Day Cobra, but honestly, I'm tired of all the guys. Okay, I like Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers. Do not get me wrong, but I don't wanna. I don't, okay? I want to talk, I want some gaming stuff, right? So, but Clownfish TV is one of the few YouTube channels that I have never stopped watching. Never. From the moment I discovered them, and they had under 30,000 followers on YouTube, I was watching Clownfish TV. I love Clownfish TV. I think that they work better together. So every time it's like there's no neon, I'm like, no, Geeky Sparkles, you need neon. And every time, but neon needs Geeky Sparkles even more. Neon without Geeky Sparkles, he needs Geeky Sparkles. The two of them work phenomenally together. And they're like, yeah, you are free to like Starfleet Academy. We are not telling you you can't. I'm going to say this, and you can clip me. I don't care. If you like Starfleet Academy, you are not a Star Trek fan. And we need to gatekeep you out of real Star Trek. You are not one of us. All right? Period. It just as if you think there are female custodies or female space marines, you are not a Warhammer 40K fan. You do not belong. You do not deserve the honor of being among us. Okay? That's it. You are not a Star Trek fan if you like Starfleet Academy. That's it. If you like it, you're not a Star Trek fan. You do not deserve to be a Star Trek fan. It is so monumentally dumb on a level I did not even think possible. Starfleet Academy is so dumb, I did not even think it was possible for them to create something that dumb. I am thoroughly impressed by just how dumb Starfleet Academy is. Okay? I did not think it was possible for anything to be that dumb. So, yeah, get mad at me all you want. Cry me a river, Habibi. Oh, are you too sad? Did the Mimi say something mean to you because she said Starfleet Academy is stupid, and if you like it, you're... Yes. I have no problem. Aww. Did I hurt your pee-pees?
We're against us.
Did I hurt your fee-fees? I hope so.
Mission complete.
And the fact that even the Corpus would laugh the whole time. Like, how can something so monumentally stupid exist? It's just tiring at times, though, you know, as a fan of Star Trek, that, you know, you watch something you love, and they destroyed it. They did it with Halo. It keeps coming up. Every fandom we ever had, and they come in, and they're dumb. They're very, very dumb. I don't understand how you can look at that and go, yeah, that makes sense. So, I wonder, you know what? I wonder if they keep lowering the value of my crowdfund and buy Star Trek. Because I would love to crowdfund owning Star Trek and being like, okay, so the first thing I would do is if I ever owned Star Trek,
you must deliver payloads and
the first thing I would do is decanonize everything, Kelvin.
Be prepared for heavy resistance.
Okay?
I can't do this without you.
I would then not have the Corpus go up against the Federation because, it would leave them absolutely critical. Though it really would be a lot of fun. thing is, you can't. Cause I want the Romulans back. I want the Klingons back. For a while, I didn't like the Klingons until I watched more of them, and I'm like, they're actually pretty cool.
Here is a terminal. Get me in and get ready.
I completely agree with you. I did not like Force Awakens. If you like the sequel film, you're not a Star Wars fan.
Take a moment.
Okay, 100%. I keep saying, we all agree we need to gatekeep our hobbies. These idiots need to be kept out of our hobbies. I mean, if you like the Halo TV show, you're not a Halo fan. You're not. The only thing I like about the Borderlands movies, you're seeing some of the things brought to life, but I don't consider it Borderlands. I think it's stupid and horrible. And very badly written and really, really dumb. And who wrote that garbage? And honestly, 90% of Destiny 2 I no longer consider canon. And that's why, again, I have to give props to this solution. They are woke as hell. They are definitely a woke company. They're in Canada, but they managed to keep that out of their game. More or less. Other than in June when they have the cosmetics, which are cosmetics, and they have a lot of cosmetics. So, I'm not as angry about it. I think my main issue is just like I said, when I posted about it. No, you are not a Star Wars fan if you like the Acolyte. You are not a Star Wars fan.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Now, I am hoping they won't change. I really hope. Like, for example, I do not want all of a sudden, like I said, oh my god, LNV and throw it back. No, LNV at this point, I'm going to be gone. We're not going to see LNV again. I think that's it for LNV. I think they want to move on from LNV. Oh yeah, I completely agree. It's
Still working on it.
no.
Continue.
But then if you are a slash ficker, all right? If you have any kind of slash fanfic, you are not a fan of that property. Period. Anyone who thinks Kirk and Spock were in a relationship, I ranted about this last week, right? About fan fiction and shippers and all that nonsense. How, yes, there is some good fan fiction out there. There absolutely is. But shippers aren't real fans. Shippers are not fans. You know nothing about the fandom if you put Kirk and Spock as a couple. Rey and Kylo Ren. Honestly, I hated Kylo Ren. I hated Rey and I hated Kylo Ren.
Move on.
The problem is, alright, so I talked about this before. So fan fiction, right? Most of it is absolute degenerate garbage. And I read an article about this. This was before the whole non-binary in your head crazy insanity came up. Where they pointed out that the majority of people who write fan fiction are straight women. Okay? Now they're probably called non-binary. Some garbage like that. And that they're the Q and all of that nonsense. Right?
Terminal spotted. Upload me and prepare to defend.
Right.
I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
And I mean, if you read Harry Potter, right? Because I remember looking through and see, and you can sometimes you're going through the fan fiction, right? Because like I said, I used to read Star Trek fan fiction when I ran out of novels to read, and you would go through dozens upon dozens of K/S, K/S, and you're like, why the hell is there so much of this? It's like, if you know anything about Kirk and Spock, you know they're not a
Still
couple.
working on it. Continue to defend.
If you know anything about Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy and Harry are not a couple. It's like, oh, but the one I hate. Okay, so the one I hated the most was McCoy and Spock, because I ran into this by mistake. So after Star Trek Beyond came out, I wanted to read a review, and they said that the best scenes were between Spock and McCoy. So I looked up Star Trek review, but I added Spock and McCoy, and I came across an article that was on one of the fan fiction websites. I thought stupidly that a fan fiction writer. Oh yeah, they did. So I'm reading. So I thought it was a review, and I start reading it, and it is fan fiction pairing Spock and McCoy. And you want to know why they paired them? Because McCoy did his job. McCoy is the chief medical officer. Do you really think he's going to leave Spock in Star Trek Beyond on the side of the road and start moving on? Okay? No, he's the chief medical officer. Do you not think he's going to help him? It has nothing to do with romantic feelings. And in fact, honestly, one of my favorite things was Spock and McCoy, how they respected each other but argued with each other like cats and dogs. But they were also friends. And McCoy knew Spock had his back, and Spock knew McCoy had his back. Right? They fought, they argued, they were not a couple. Right? And the thing is, Alex, I had no problem with shippers either when we were keeping them relegated to a corner of the internet. They were annoying. Where you go through Star Trek fan fiction and 90% of it is Kirk/Spock, okay, or some other crazy stuff. I was looking for anything about Tomalak, and I ended up running into a fan fiction of Dr. Bashir and Commander Tomalak. I'm like, I couldn't even believe it. I'm reading the summary and I'm going, what is wrong with you? Do you not know anything about Bashir, Tomalak, and Romulans? So I had no problem with them when we relegated them to the corner of the internet and they got to share their insanity with each other and we didn't have to deal with them. Okay? I had no problem until they started being hired by Hollywood. Until you started hearing people saying, why can't Kirk and Spock have a relationship? Kirk is bi and Spock is... No. Now I have a problem with shippers because you're shoving your shipping into everything. Osiris and Saint 14 as a couple was a shipping. So yeah, you want to ship your garbage characters that break lore. Like I said, I have no problem with Albrecht and Trotty and Lloyd. I never liked Lloyd until the most recent, the old piece. But I found Lloyd to be just arrogant and annoying. I just didn't like Lloyd. But you never hear me complain. I also find it hilarious that Lloyd, Albrecht,
but we did it.
You know,
Mission
had a
complete.
wife as well. But that actually fits the Orokin, so yeah, I have no problem with that. The Orokin are just the Orokin, so yeah, he'd have an underground boyfriend and a wife and would be perfectly fine with both. That's the Orokin being the Orokin. Now, do I expect that with the Corpus? Absolutely not. The Corpus are breeding in test tubes and probably have their whole desire turned off with drugs and whatever. But that aside, okay? My problem is when you bring your shipping into canon. When you go after, like you said, they lost their minds when they found out that Adam Driver was married with a wife. When you start attacking real people. When you call me a phobe and an ist because I do not like the relationship between Osiris and Saint 14, and you start attacking me on X because I don't like Osiris and Saint 14 because some idiot shipper was hired by Bungie. I will not accept that as canon, period. Because that breaks original canon. So no, that's my problem. When you turn McCoy and Spock into a couple because McCoy did his job as the chief medical officer, I have a problem. So no, you managed to be... Like, you come here and you tell me that a Klingon that Jaden makes... No.
There is a
You know
large
nothing then
platoon
about
of Grenadier
Klingons. Do you
Marines
really
stationed
think the
here.
Klingons would
Leave
be like,
no one
yes,
standing.
we accept? No, they would probably have dumped him out of the Klingons the moment he started. No, you know nothing about Klingons or Romulans. When you pay, I mean, Spock would be like, that is highly illogical, Captain.
You're making waves, Dreams. I can feel it.
And the Corpus, like I said, I joked for June, where it's like A for asexual. We have purpose breeding programs in genetic engineering, and we do not breed you out of test tubes and force you to work for the rest of your life as a property of the company. But yeah, that's why I have a problem now, because and the thing is, like you said, they used to be all written by straight women, who now probably consider themselves all different kinds of crazy stuff. And that's why the other problem I have with it is because, as someone pointed out, and I said this last week, right? There's one of the women who's part of, I think she's on Jen's back. She pointed out that a lot of these girls who think they're boys have that fanfiction idea of what it is to be a gay man. And she's like, she shared the fanfiction with actual gay men and they thought it was hilarious. They're like, that's not realistic. And that's why I think of the place is. You look at them and some of them look like they're mirroring fanfiction. Not reality, fanfiction. I can't forget one of them who's like, me and my boyfriend, aka me and my girlfriend, were writing a story about being two gay elves. And you're like, okay, yeah, sweetie, darling, yeah, you really are a tough man. Righto, sweetheart. So that's my other issue with it, is it's negatively influencing girls into thinking that there's something that they don't. I'm beginning to think it's ruining. It's also destroying. Like, we're destroying masculinity, because masculinity is one of those. Anyway, I said I didn't have a problem with shippers until they try to take over cats. You know, there's some woman out there going, I dream of being a space marine. I wanna be, or work. No. I'm being me. No. There's some man who dreams of being the first female space marine. Because I want to be a girl space marine. No. And so they hired some fanfic idiot to write it. They are, and the thing is, it's like, okay, so why aren't you creating your own thing then? You get mad at us for you desecrating our stuff. And it's like, well, why are you using our stuff in the first place? Right? Why do you keep taking our stuff? Why is My Little Pony still a thing? And Transformers, in everything that we grew up in, keep bringing it back. The thing is, it isn't even that. It's these are basically women who don't understand. I said with the Warframe voice actor, right? Where I thought I got the wrong account at first because I read the person's Twitter, because he usually tells someone's male or female just by reading. Not always, but someone who is so blatantly feminine, and you're like, okay, this is a woman's account. And then you go, now I see how this woman voiced a man. I gotcha. But you're looking, it's so, that's what I've said this before on X, right? So stereotypically feminine that it's cringeworthy. That's my problem. I don't want fanfiction. That's why it's like, okay. When shipping starts to affect canon and writing and goes against it, then I have a problem. But no, they've never met mass. They don't even know what mass. They don't even know anything about masculine men. And then they're like, oh, well, you think you're too sensitive, but you. But yeah, that's my issue with. That's why. Listen, you want to ship, just keep it the hell away from canon. But why are they hiring these people?
You have broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
So yeah, I don't know. But I mean, you just proved to me you know nothing about the Klingons with Jaden. Ooh, Jaden. Like, oh my god! Kind of nonsense. I loved Az's view of it. His two daddies and his mommy. And it's like, and apparently it's like, you are the real Klingon. It's like, no, you're not. You're a pathetic little weenie, and you deserve to have been thrown out an airlock. Flat out. Jaden should have been thrown out an airlock. He is no Klingon. But that's the sad thing. They destroy. Anyway. Like I said, I've been having a lot of fun though with this. Cadet versus Corpus attack. And the thing is, they pointed out, like, they would be absolutely terrified. And the best part is, right, so ChatGPT was like, okay, so when they first see the Corpus, they would be absolutely terrified because they have the mechanical voices. They can't understand them because they're talking in Corpus, right? They look terrifying with their helmets that hide their faces, right? But then, later, when they find out that they're human, have a good one, Siege. When they find out that they're human, it makes it even more terrifying. Let's see. On top of that, the fact that the Corpus have existed for as long as they have would turn it even more terrifying to them, because they'd be like, so they have the legitimacy of lasting for over a millennia. It's like the Corpus have existed for longer than Starfleet. So they'd be like, we assume that as foundation, a civilization like the Corpus would collapse in upon itself, and yet somehow the Corpus have not collapsed. So they'd be like, that's not possible. That should not be possible.
Ordis is picking up a distress signal. Wait.
Oh no.
No.
Wait, no, it's just the Corpus peddling their wares again.
Get off the emergency frequency.
Oh, you gotta love the Corpus. You gotta love the Corpus. On the other hand, so let's see.
The situation forces you to help the Corpus in this mission. Kill all Grenier.
And it gets better the more like they interact with each other. So like at one point the Corpus Doctor gives the Federation Doctor a copy of the Tenets, and he's reading through them. So yes, it's fun to add this. So I wonder if there are alien life in
This aggression has upset the balance of power.
it
We
to
must
you.
set things right.
I mean, I'm trying to think what other, like, where would Federation have a chance of survival, right? So, like, I'm like, okay, the world of Destiny, right? I didn't even do that with ChatGPT because I didn't even have to, right? The Hive would decimate the Federation. The Cabal would decimate the Federation. The only thing that wouldn't decimate the Federation are the Fallen because they are a joke by everyone's standards. Like, it's like, okay, the thing that surprises me is that the Federation went so long without genetic engineering, right? You would think that eventually it would break them because there really isn't a reason. It's just fear of World War III. And maybe there's like people can pay for different genetic abilities so to create different but then it's like, but no, that's not entirely true. Because the Vulcans are naturally stronger than humans, right? So saying that humans who genetically engineer themselves will create like a caste system, right? No, you already have that. The Klingons are stronger than humans. In fact, if you give humans, if you claim everything is for free, then genetically engineer all of the humans. That's what the Corpus do. Every person born into their company has been genetically built with a purpose in mind. Anyone who's not born into the Corpus, right, who are from the colonies, are probably injected with genetic modifying, because, you can do that. Even now, we have the ability to slightly modify, to basically modify the underlying necessary traits in their future troops to keep them basically the underlying necessities the same. What was... So... I don't know, So I'll say this, so apparently I think everybody's also still talking. So apparently High Ground failed horribly, and now they're waiting for the Marathon. And I think Marathon is going to do worse than High Guard, or whatever the hell it was called. Because at least that game was free. So a lot of people apparently downloaded it, tried it, and hate it. If you want to play Marathon, it's going to cost you $40, right? Okay. Honestly, I have no problem admitting my bias. I hope Marathon fails. I really hope Marathon fails. I want that game to crash and burn. I want Bungie at this point. I hold Bungie and like, I had problems logging in to do my Zerg video. Okay? Yesterday. Again. Let me tell you something. I have never, ever had the only time I have ever had problems with Warframe is when my internet is actually failing. So, like, I will see the game have a network problem, which is very rare. It hasn't happened in a long time. Okay? And then I will look and see that there's something wrong with the Wi-Fi. And the Wi-Fi itself is failing. On top of that, keep in mind, I am live streaming and playing Warframe at the same time. So it's eating up bandwidth on both. Okay? The only time is when, like, if I'm live streaming and Warframe starts to fail, my internet is failing as well. Destiny, on the other hand, is a nightmare. I know, everyone keeps telling, a lot of people, not all of them, keep saying, well, it's Destiny 1. And it's like... I want to start, though, working, so I got some PLA that's really cool. It's a so PLA is for 3D printers, right? So I got some glow-in-the-dark PLA, and I also have the ability now to multi. So I want to... I'm kind of disappointed. I'm like, there's so many things you can print, and yet nobody's even considered printing it? Like, for example, I want a Granum coin. Why is there no one has already created a Granum coin? Well, after, like, first off, anyone who actually trusts Marathon, Bungie, isn't, you know what, I'm not going to use hard. You have to be out of your mind if you think you can trust Bungie after everything they did with Destiny 2. Anyone who goes, I'm going to play Marathon, and you're like, yeah, you really trust Bungie to handle Marathon. Without just look at Destiny 2, and then be like, yeah, you'd have to be out of your mind to trust Bungie. And the people who are like, I'm going to give it a chance. No. They don't deserve a chance. They have lost it. So yes, am I biased? 100%. I won't deny it. I hope that game fails. After everything they did to Destiny 2, I hope that game fails. They deserve it. They deserve to fail. I have lost. After everything they did, it deserves it. The garbage characters, everything. Like, it feels like, honestly, at this point, Destiny 2 feels like Teemu Warframe. But the thing is, then they managed to regain some of it because some people, like, really, like I said, at one point, Destiny 2 was doing pretty well. Even Destiny 2 was doing pretty well. But now, it's like, at this point, one of the reasons why I am not even considering playing Renegades at this point, even though I own it, because I don't trust them. I don't trust Bungie at this point. I'm tired of the constant roller coaster. Where they're like, oh, we're desperate, so they make things get a little bit better. And then it falls apart, and you spend years angry because they keep failing. And then what? They reach their Taken King moment, and they try to make it. It's like I'm not gonna play this emotional roller coaster anymore with them. I'm tired of it. There is no reason to believe them. They get desperate. They try their best. They manage to try and improve things a little, right? And you expect to trust Bungie to handle a PvP game after what they did to Destiny 2. You're out of your mind. And no, it feels like a Teemu Warframe because you're doing the exact same limited, you have far less content and you're basically doing the same thing over and over again with modifiers. With a garbage campaign that's short and stupid. At least with Warframe, you have so much content to do. Like, for example, I'm realizing just how many Kuva weapons I still haven't earned. The fact that I need to earn multiple Kuva weapons. I still haven't gotten any Kodo weapons. I still haven't gotten any Tenant weapons. Okay? They keep adding to it. So it's not like you're doing the same thing, and the different types of missions are changing. The weapons, so in a way, the modifiers for Warframe are the different Warframes and different modifiers, right? For the Warframes and the weapons, right? They just modify the game. It's just and their weapons are boring. I'm sorry, but compared to Warframe, Destiny 2 weapons are boring. The exotic weapons are nothing compared. Like, every weapon, not every, okay? No, not every. But first off, nearly every weapon in Warframe can feel like an exotic when you use modifiers, right? Throw in everything else. I just played Destiny 1. But no, the story is garbage, the content is garbage, they just want you to do the same things over and 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 over with modifiers and modifiers. It's like, I don't want that. Like I said, it feels like Teemu Warframe. It has a fraction of the content of Warframe. The weapons are a fraction of the actual weapons of Warframe. A fraction of everything in Warframe. Okay? You have, what, 60 warframes at this point? How many abilities do you have in Destiny? You have 3 classes, and how many subclasses? Then you have Prismatic, which is basically Timu Helmet. And they are constantly trying to fix the game, so that's why I keep saying, as much as DE is woke, they also know that they have to keep a profit coming in. They belong to Tencent. And it's fun because honestly, during the week now, I haven't watched any Destiny 2 YouTubers in a while. And I don't even, like they said, the worst is apathy. It's when you don't care. Like, I'm gonna go back and rewatch Deep Space Nine. I don't care about, I'm not even considering Starfleet Academy. I just thought, you know what, it'd be fun to piss off the TARS on X when I point out that the Corpus, who people probably look down on the most, which, until you really think about it, people look down on the Corpus because they're the merchant cult. And then you go, oh yeah, but they held their own against Engineer and Warframe. But then you realize, yeah, the Corpus probably aren't pussies and could probably kick every single person's butt easily, without any problem. Are stronger than the Vulcans. They're probably as strong as the Klingons, if not stronger than the Wait, are the Klingons stronger than Vulcans? Because they could probably kick Klingon butt too, right? And with more efficiency, because they would just. But then you realize that the Corpus aren't like as pathetic as everyone probably gives them. But I was like, okay, who would I belittle the most? Can I? Hey, Lord Grump, what's up? Who can I insult Starfleet weenies the most, kicking their butt? And I'm like, okay, the Corpus. I'm like, the Corpus can kick their butts. Then it turned into that awesome project where I'm like, yeah, this is awesome. But it's like, the Corpus would beat them. The Corpus.
You keep being you, dreamers.
I mean, this is the crazy part, right? Excuse me.
Coming up next.
So, but really, like, I haven't watched a single episode of Starfleet Academy. I haven't watched a single episode of Starfleet Strange New Worlds because I knew they would be destroying everything I cared about Kirk, Spock, and their reputation with that stupid show. Pike, I liked Pike. I haven't watched Star Trek Discovery because Spock doesn't have a sister, you brain-dead morons.
Grenier Marines stationed here. Leave no one standing.
So it's like, again, apathy. When you have reached the point where you just don't care, where you're not even angry, where you're just like, I don't care. I'm not like, and the funny thing is, I have Paramount Plus. I have Paramount Plus to watch other stuff. But it's getting expensive, so I'm tempted to be like, yeah, screw you over Starfleet Academy. But yeah, I enjoy that. Yes, Starfleet Academy, the Corpus would kick your asses so hard and completely disrupt your entire system of life. And they would have fun. And that's the best part of it all. The Corpus would actually have so much fun doing it. Right? It would be so much fun for the Corpus. There's like finally a new market for us to conquer. It'll be so much fun. But yeah, I'm going to see if I can, because I understand that the ChatGPT remembers, so I can create a separate combination and be like, okay, now let's take the Federation out of this and use this to write about the Corpus themselves. Because I really, like, I'm going to have to rewrite everything I did because I really like the ideas and influences.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
So yeah, high guard. Failed. Not surprising. Marathon. Honestly, the game I'm really I'm worried about, right? The game I'm looking forward to the most and I'm kind of worried about is High on Life. Can you see it? One single Corpus Eximus unit, right? Walking through a Federation ship. Like an arson Eximus, right? Flames everywhere. And they're just like, how is he doing this? And the Corpus is just speaking, not even saying anything, just shooting flames everywhere. And they're like, how can he do this? You are lucky you ran into the Corpus first. Your morals are expensive. Your ethics and your values are decadence. So that was everything I was going over. I absolutely loved it. I'm just going to continue it. But honestly, like I said, I really now want to watch it. I can now use the information I gleaned from that to now just write about the Corpus by themselves without the Federation. It's just fun. And it develops characters well. So like, I really like the character of Halverson, the doctor, who's trying to deal with the moral quandaries of, well, why can't we use genetic engineering if it'll cure people? And the Corpus clearly haven't had a problem with it.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Really? Thank you, woman. But other than that, I heard about Nintendo. So I should have sold my stock ages ago, but honestly, to me, Nintendo's a long-term investment. So even if it goes down right now, I will probably end up buying more Nintendo stock and keeping it as a long-term investment, because Nintendo is not going to. Nintendo's been around for a century. It's my long-term retirement. But I heard about that, and that was so dumb. I just wish I could figure out how to buy some Ubisoft stock. Because I do think in the long term, it will eventually, they will realize and they will fix it. At least I hope so. Because at the same time, you're like, nope, everybody's still creatively bankrupt and just stupid. I think this should be, yes, the Convectress is now level. Because my goal is to, damn it, is to go get up another mastery. So I am now mastery rank 24, and I'm working on 25. So I thought it would, I had more than, I was like 26 or something. No, apparently I only made it up to 23.
The enemy is broken. Well done.
Because I didn't realize just how much, I mean, it just needs more and more and more. I also need to do the Steel Path finally and finish that too. But like I said, one of the few YouTube channels I love Clownfish. I absolutely love Clownfish TV.
What was yours is now mine. Bye-bye.
see if I can get Mimi to come. Come here, Mimi. Come here. Come here, Mimi. Come here, Mimi. Come here. Come here, Mimi. Come here, Mimi. Come here, Mimi. Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's Mimi. Hi, Mimi. Yeah, you're cutie. Who's a cutie patootie? Who's a cutie patootie? Who's just a cutie? Who's a kitty? Like I said, at one point the Starfleet was trying to figure out what to do with the teenage Corpus. They're like, should we rescue him, right? And they're like, if we try to rescue him, it'll be an international, interstellar incident. But then they're like, how can we not rescue him for what we perceive as like horror? And then finally at one point they're like, he's not the only one. It's like the Corpus have children. Are we going to rescue all of them? I was like, we cannot rescue all of them. So, and then there was, trying to experience them the warframes.
We received intel that somebody vital to enemy operations is here. Find them and capture them.
It is time for those against us to pay.
I mean, damn. Okay, I forgot about these guys. Like I said. Oh, and the man in the wall. How would the Federation account for the man in the wall? Yeah, that would be fun.
Target located. Bring them in. Scans indicate our target is in the vicinity. Find them. Success. The captive is safely in our hands. Congratulations, Tenno.
Which, by the way, I should
We've
show
got
off my
robots
stats
inbound.
for how many. Like, I have like 300,000 more Grineer kills than Corpus. Like, I will do missions with Corpus on purpose. Like I will. Right now, this is actually against the Corpus, right? And I'm just not gonna go after any of them. I'm just gonna go running right through it. I like using invisibility so I can just run through and not attack any Corpus. I even saw someone make a YouTube video, which was very good, where he was talking about how the Corpus is inevitable, that they are the ones who should be allowed to win in the Origin system, because really we forget a lot of what the Corpus actually does, and that you don't want the Grineer to win, because the Corpus is basically all of the basic needs of the Origin system need the Corpus. So for example, interplanetary commerce, right? All of the planets are habitable because of the Corpus.
Stay focused.
Okay,
There's a
they
heavy
provide
unit approaching.
interplanetary travel between each planet. They are the market, okay? All of the goods and services, the vast majority of it, comes from the Corpus. All of the clothing they wear, not all of it, definitely not all of it. Some of it's handmade or made by, like on Cetus. But all of it is done by the Corpus, right? The Corpus will probably even engage in some form of charity just so that the market can be
Great work.
sustained.
I am pleased
So
with
they
your
will do
performance.
whatever they can to kind of like. Yeah, you're leaving. So like if let's say the people of Cetus are on the verge of starvation, the Corpus will find a way to keep them because they want the market. But the Corpus have the advanced technology in the Origin system. The Corpus provide education in the Origin system. The Corpus provide careers in the Origin system. The market, trade. So the Origin system without the Corpus will basically collapse. All technology, all medicine comes from the Corpus. Even the Grenier buy their medicine from the Corpus. So basically, as much as people don't like it, without
With
the Corpus,
the impossible behind you,
the Origin
all
system
that
will basically
remains
collapse.
is what is necessary.
Whether you like it or not, that's what's really interesting. The Corpus are... it's unsurvivable without the Corpus. I need these. I'm going to get as many as I can. No, she's right here. You can't see her, but she's right here. She's on my lap right now with her little head curled up. Little ball of fur.
That's all we have time for.
No, so wait, so what am I doing? Okay, so I need to do...
Nora
Kill
is
the
all
exploiter
about
orb.
incentivizing.
Hey, nightmare missions are easy. Okay. You know. Wait, how many do I need? Oh, no. No. So if I get this and this, I'll go up another level, which will get me that. Okay. See, what was I building? Oh, yeah. So, okay, I'm doing dual cleavers again, because I need more than that. And the dual Zorn, because there's a lot of stuff that I need to build that needs multiples. And I want one of each, alright? So, where is it? So, it's like, the Ripkas require Ankyls and dual cleavers. Let's see. Oh, I do have that. Yeah, I'm building another set of dual cleavers, that's why. Once I get the second set of dual cleavers, then I'm good. Okay, where do I get it? The same with the... I'm building dual Zoran and Atmos, so I can do that. Because I want a set of dual Zoran and Atmos. Where's my dual Zoran? See? I already have one dual Zoran, and I want to build another Atmos.
Ordis went mad for 3
here.
milliseconds when he realized that
Argon
each time he
crystal and
cleans something,
polymer bundles.
he makes something else dirty.
Right, Mimi? Oh, Mimi's a bundle
There I go
of
again.
fur. Hi, Mimi. Hey, Mimi. But I will say this. I was wrong. We did get snow. We did get a lot of snow. It was not a lot of fun. See, like I said, okay, so let's look at my stats, right? So if you look at my stats, I gotta change out the convectrix. And I like to have one level 30 weapon with me at all times. But my profile right over here. Alright, my profile, right? Okay, so, alright, so, okay. Hey, what's up? So, let's see, where am I? So, I am still very, very far from mastery rank. 25. Alright. So, yeah, I'm going through this and seeing what I'm missing. I don't know either. And honestly, right now, maybe one of these I'll figure it out. But you should be able to. I don't even think it's... you can't... unless somebody previous who was a moderator did something and I don't know what they did. Because I have had multiple moderators in the past. And, I've had moderators do things without me telling, or like implying that they've done things and I'm not 100% sure. So, someone might have done something and I don't know what they did. Because I don't know how to do anything, really. I'm too... Anyway, unless somebody did something and I'm not sure how to reverse it, I haven't done anything. Where am I? So, okay, first off, I'm trying to fill in, like, the gap. So, like, I'm trying to get everything I'm missing right here. So, for example, the Carmine Penta, that's a... So I don't have any of the Coda stuff. And the Brayton Vandal. I'm trying to get my hands on the Brayton Vandal. I'm keeping my Nintendo stock as a long-term investment because I do think eventually Nintendo is going to reverse itself and start improving again. Okay. This whole woke thing is eventually going to die out. It has to. There's no way. I don't know. You know what? I don't know anymore. Hey, Mimi. Come on, Mimi. Let's just make sure you don't fall, okay? We don't want Mimi to fall, do we? We don't want Mimi to fall, right? No, we don't. We like Mimi the way she is, right? Everybody likes Mimi. You're Mimi? You're my Mimi? You're my Mimi? I don't know. You know what? I don't know anymore. They're getting dumber. They said... Night, Mimi. Who's got papas? Got papas? Got papas, Mimi? Mimi got papas? Mimi? Your new toy is coming on Tuesday. Got Mimi a new toy. Well, first of all, let me just start with this, okay? Because at one point somebody pointed out that Nintendo was going woke and don't buy any... Okay, first off, I have so many retro Nintendo games that I have never played because remember, we had maybe like 5 Super Nintendo games, alright? So there are so many Nintendo games and from the beginning, 3DS games that I bought that I haven't even played yet. So Game Boy Advance games, okay? When it comes down to it, I have so many Nintendo games in the past. I don't need anything new from Nintendo other than I want my stock to go back up again. I'm very unhappy with the drop in the value of the stock, okay? I have a binder full of PlayStation 4 games and Xbox One games I have not played because I got them cheap pre-owned, okay? I have a massive backlog of games. I'm not worried. Honestly, the less new games that come out, the better. On top of that, I am an obsessive player of Warframe. I absolutely love playing Warframe. I have dropped Destiny 2 from my roster. I hear Where Winds Meet is good. I hear there's a lot of other stuff that's also good that's Asian, okay? So when it comes down to not having anything to play, I have a ridiculous amount of stuff to play, okay? Let's just first off look at my profile. All right, let's just look at my stats because I want... Oh, by the way, I figured out I am now mayor of Corpus City. All right, you see? Mayor of Corpus City. Okay? Let's just look at this because I want to have a little bit of fun for the moment. So, let's start with my Grineer kills. My Grineer kills are 373,528. My Corpus kills are 56,900. So, I have more than 300,000 Corpus kills than Grineer. Okay? So, I think one of the really worrying things is it's not even like they are writing trash on purpose. Because you look at Starfleet Academy, right? I don't even think they realize how dumb it is. They are incapable. The funny thing is, you missed me going over so the reason this live stream is called like Starfleet versus Corpus, right? Okay. The reason this is called Starfleet versus Corpus is because I started as a joke. All right. A couple days ago, I asked Grok. Okay. Awesome. New furniture is cool. I got a 3D printer. I asked Grok, Starfleet Academy versus the Corpus, because everybody looks down on the Corpus, but really the Corpus is far more powerful than we give them credit for, because the Grineer are on the same level as Space Marines. So if the Grineer are on the same level as Space Marines and the Corpus can fight Grineer, do the math. The Corpus are no pushovers, okay? But as a joke, I was like, all right, because I have people defending Starfleet Academy on X, and I'm going to say it again. I am not Clownfish TV, all right? I like Clownfish TV. I absolutely love Greeky Sparkles and Neon. Absolutely love Clownfish TV. But I'm not going to say you're free to like Starfleet Academy. I'm not saying you can like Starfleet Academy, okay? Okay? I'm going to say this. If you like Starfleet Academy, you are not a Star Trek fan, okay? And honestly, if you like Starfleet Academy, you are stupid. That's what I'm going to say. That show is so monumentally dumb, and I didn't even have to watch it to figure out just how monumentally dumb it is, that you don't even deserve to be called a Star Trek fan if you like it. So as a joke, I asked Grok, and apparently I broke Grok, because for like a couple of hours, Grok did not work. Because I guess it was such a stupid question of Starfleet versus Corpus, okay? And I'm going to say this. Anybody who says Starfleet Academy is too dumb for AI, because AI, when I messed around with AI, I then switched to ChatGPT, and I will tell you, AI is brilliant in some cases. You need to know how to mold it. Like, you need to know how to incentivize it. You know, give it good prompts, okay? But, as I was saying earlier, okay, not only did the AI create Corpus language so that Corpus doesn't sound like 2026, it came up with idioms and sayings and a pattern for how the Corpus speak versus us, so that you can actually speak, give them their own unique identity. It came up with things that blew my mind because it was brilliant, where they're like, the Federation's values and morals are expensive and decadent. And so it's like, it was so well done. So anybody who says AI, no. You can plug into AI and come up with a better show than Starfleet Academy. Like, for example, I pointed out to the AI, I'm like, to the Corpus, these Federation ships are weak. And it's hilarious. When you really look at a Starfleet vessel from the point of view of the Corpus, it's a joke. Like I said, I had one of my Corpus characters telling them, they're like, do you want to die? Is that your goal? Your floors are carpeted, your walls are soft, you don't wear magnetic boots or portable life support, and you have windows into space. And then you're like, yes, we go in and we explore. The Corpus response is still, are you trying to get yourself killed? So I'm just saying this because I'm going to say this. AI definitely is smarter than the writers in Hollywood. If I wanted to, I could create an entire Star Trek show probably using ChatGPT as an aid. Okay? Flat out. AI is a much better resource. Like I said, it had brilliant dialogue between the Corpus and the Federation. Let's see. So that's why this was called Starfleet versus the Corpus. And my absolute favorite moment is when when they're talking about the warframes and how you will not know when the warframes come. How the Corpus doctor is telling them, they're like, you will start your day, right, tallying, going through everything, right? I mean, one of my I absolutely love, right, is the dialogue between the doctor and the when finally he tells him, I do not want you to be useless. That is by far my absolute favorite. One sec. So I'm like, Starfleet would see, the Corpus would see the Starfleet as children. He's like, Patel's eyes hardened. So you're protecting your investment? Tezin inclined his head. Yes, he said. Patel's voice rose slightly. My crew are not investments. Tezin looked at her quietly. Then he asked something that hurt because it was almost gentle. Do you believe they are priceless? He asked. Patel froze. Tezin continued softly. Then why do you treat them as disposable? He asked. By refusing the tools that keep them alive. like I said, these conversations, I absolutely like them. It impresses me. Because it's actually surprisingly well done, and it's not AI. And it really, like I said, opened my eyes to so much. It gave me a perspective on the Corpus that it basically broadened the Corpus in a way that I found really good. Halverson sat alone, staring at nothing. He hadn't slept. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the Klingon bridge again. The captain in the chair, the peeled skin, the surgical cuts, the message written in corpses. He didn't hear the door, only the faint hiss, then the weight of presence. Halvorsen looked up. Tezin stood in the doorway, suit on, helmet under his arm. His eyes were calm, too calm for what Halvorsen had seen. Halvorsen's voice cracked. You knew, he whispered. Tezin didn't deny it. I suspected, he corrected quietly. Halvorsen swallowed hard. I can't, he began, and his voice failed him. Tezin walked forward without asking permission, not aggressively, like a doctor entering a room where the patient is in shock. He stopped a few feet away, looked at Halvorsen for a long moment, then spoke softly but with weight. Dr. Halvorsen, listen to me. Halvorsen's breath shuddered. Tezin continued, voice low, controlled. We do not count the living. We do not count the dead. We count the living. Halvorsen's eyes burned. Tezin leaned in slightly, not to intimidate, but to make sure the words landed. And you, Tezin said quietly, are still living. Halvorsen is the Starfleet, by the way, and Tezin is the Corpus. Halvorsen's throat tightened. He looked away, ashamed of the tears he refused to let fall. I don't feel like it, he whispered. Tezin's gaze didn't move. Feeling is not the metric, Tezin replied. Function is. Halvorsen flinched, and yet it helped because it was something he could hold on to. Tezin's voice softened by a fraction. You will grieve, he said, but now you breathe. Now you treat your crew. Now you sleep if you can. Now you stay standing. Halvorsen whispered, broken. And the Klingons? Tezin's eyes hardened. They are dead, he said. They do not need your pain. Your people do. Halvorsen stared at him. Tezin's face remained calm, but his eyes carried something ancient. A long history of mournings that began normal and ended in blood. This is the origin system, Tezin said quietly. It will take everything from you, Doctor. Do not give it your mind as well. Halvorsen swallowed. Then in a small voice, is this what you tell to Ket? Tezin's mouth twitched faintly. Yes, he admitted. Because if he counts the dead, he will stop being brilliant. And if you count the dead, he paused. You will stop being useful. Halvorsen flinched. Tezin watched him carefully, then added, unexpectedly, quietly, and despite your Federation softness, he said, I would prefer you remain useful. Halverson let out a strange, broken laugh. That is the nicest thing you've said to me. Tezzin inclined his head. It is sufficient. Then Tezzin turned and left the way he came, not as a villain, not as a savior, but as what he truly was, a doctor who had learned to survive monsters. It really opened. I haven't played it yet. I have it. I have to install it. Okay, the problem is my console is in a separate room. So this room, and then there's a room behind it. This room is actually very cold. Okay. I have the game too. I have it on a physical copy. I just haven't installed it because my PlayStation 5 is here. So I've been playing a lot on the PC because my laptop is in the other room, which is slightly warmer than this room. Like, for me to sit here, it's cold. That's why I have a kitty cat in my lap with her little toe pads. She's got little baby toe pads. Look at the little baby toe pads. Oh, look at the baby. So I have been lazy about installing it because I've spent most of my time playing on my laptop, and I've been playing Warframe because it's on my laptop. Let's see, where am I? Let me see. I love this thing. You're telling me, so he's telling you about the Warframes, right? Tezzin turned slightly. Okay. And activated a hololog. Not a propaganda clip, not a dramatic recording, raw internal security footage. A corridor in engineering. Corpus workers in helmets, tools in hand, a day like any other. Then something flickered, a blur, a figure, and the camera went chaotic. Flames, metal screaming, bodies falling. Workers cut down without even knowing they were under attack. It didn't look like combat. It looked like prey being slaughtered. Halverson jerked back instinctively, hand to his mouth. Turn it off, he whispered. Tezzin did, immediately. The screen went dark. Halverson stood shaking. How do you, he began, then stopped. How do you keep going after that? Tezzin answered like he'd heard the unspoken question. The day begins normal, Tezzin said quietly. Halverson looked at him. Tezzin continued. In the morning you complain about shift shortages, he said. About equipment failures, about waste. You think about profits, you think about quotas, you think about maintenance schedules. His eyes hardened. Then within minutes, he said, engineering is dead. Halverson's throat tightened. Tezzin's voice stayed low. And you do not have time to grieve, he said, because you are a doctor, and the survivors crawl out of the smoke with limbs missing, with burns, with lungs full of poison, with internal bleeding, with screams trapped behind sealed helmets. Halverson's eyes filled despite himself. Tezzin continued relentless. And if you stop to cry, Tezzin said, you lose them too. Silence. That sentence was like a law of physics. Halverson whispered, so you don't count the dead. Tezzin's eyes stayed on him. No, Tezzin said. We do not count the dead. Halverson swallowed hard. Tezzin continued. Because the warframes do not stop for mourning, he said. The Grineer does not stop. The vacuum does not stop. Fire does not stop. His voice sharpened faintly. The universe does not respect your grief, he said. Halverson whispered, and Starfleet expects people to process trauma. Tezin tilted his head. You process later, he said, if later exists. My favorite. Halverson whispered, you're telling me we're not prepared. Tezin nodded once. No, he said. Then he added something worse. And you are lucky, he said. Halverson blinked. Lucky? Tezin's voice was calm. Because you met the Corpus first. Yeah, the baby foots. Who's got the baby foots? You got the baby foot? Yeah, who's got cute little baby kitty foots? I absolutely love that, where he's like, you were lucky because you met the Corpus first. Right, Mimi? Everybody likes the Corpus, right? Mimi likes the Corpus? Mimi likes to kiss her nose? Boop the nose? So yes. And you will not. So if the warframes appear in Federation space, then you will understand panic, and you will not have time to learn. Tezin stared at him. The Corpus from Warframe. My buddy's the Corpus. These are the Corpus. Because unlike the Grineer, and unlike the Warframes, the Corpus will negotiate. You do not want to destroy the Federation. They just want to conquer their market.
Stay focused. There's a heavy
The Corpus
unit
will not
approaching.
kill the Federation. Corpus have the ability to fight the Starfleet and take them down, but they don't want to. They want to sell the Starfleet. Yeah. Now, on the other hand, I'll say this. The Corpus would not survive the Hive from Destiny. I have no doubt about that. But I think my opinion of them has changed when you take into account that the Grineer are far more powerful than I thought. So, I don't think in most combats the Corpus would turn over and, like, be a pushover. The Corpus are smart. The Corpus are more often readily open to negotiation and profit. Mutual benefit. They will make you dependent on their market and sell to you as much as possible. But yeah, well, Mimi, your feet, you're poking me with your feet. Those are your feet. Those are your toes. How am I supposed to play a video game if you're leaning? Look at the mom. Look, you guys should be happy, alright? I already proved that you could easily outdo the Federation. Come on, Corpus brothers. Yeah, baby. Stop it. You're being cute. Yes? Your baby kitty's being cute. They can't see your cuteness. Okay?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
So I think that's pretty cool. So yeah, I had a ton of fun with that. Of course, Digital Extremes always ignores me. How dare I question the rainbow? There's 3 hours. I have to go back to one day again. Where people are like, yeah, we went insane. You just see like at Starfleet, right? We're like between 2020 and 2030, the greatest president ever existed, but the people, and he had to face absolute insanity, where they debated biological truth. Common sense went out the window. And all TV shows were pure trash. Imagination and creativity died. And the woke mind virus was at its peak. Hi. Bye. Yep. I mean, I would like to think after all of this is over, there's going to be a canon purge, right? They're going to go through every property and be like, yes, Halo, the TV series, that's pure garbage. Do not even consider it. We beg your forgiveness for our pure stupidity. Kelvin Timeline has been eliminated
Broken their ranks and they are
from
on the
Star
run.
Trek canon.
Another successful
The
mission.
sequel
Find
series
extraction.
and/or what's it called? Have been eliminated. We beg your forgiveness. We will never speak as I said. I still am blown away by the dumbness. I mean, the Grenier use.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Yeah, I mean, the Corpus could take on the Grenier. Of course, I completely agree with you, brother. Your conquest of the Federation will be complete. Their markets will belong to you, my brothers.
Mission complete.
think, Min Min?
Excellent work, Tenno.
What do you think, Mimi? You think the markets will belong to the Corpus? You do? I agree. Min is of Corpus. Corpus is right. You like it, the Corpus? Min like the Corpus? Yes? Right, I agree with you. So yes, I have been spending. I was lucky to get a new computer recently before things go insane. I basically invested. So basically, everyone's talking about the new, the PS6 and whatever. And I'm like, all right, I'm good. I got a decent laptop, 32 gigs of RAM, 5080, 2 terabytes. I'm good. All right, I am pretty much stable and ready. Okay.
There is a large
There's a
platoon
massive
Grenier
world of
Marine
PC
stationed
games
here.
out there.
Leave no one standing.
There are ways to get Nintendo games that we will not speak of. If I wanted to. Okay. Basically, I am, what is it? Doomsday prepping gaming style. Alright? Not exactly doomsday prepping, but like gaming doomsday prepping. So where it's like, okay, the video gaming world is falling apart. Apparently there's also a way to play Warframe offline. But even if I don't have Warframe, I have a massive backlog, alright? Okay. So like the loss of Destiny. So I'm not at a loss for gaming hardware for at least 2 years. I'm good. I can basically play anything and everything I want to with ease. Okay, on PC. I'm getting more into. Like, I have like I said, my laptop is in the other room. That's the one with the 5080, and it has a controller attached to it. So yeah. I want to play Deep Rock Galactic because I know UA has always said it's good. That game, the night whatever one, looks interesting, but so yeah, that's on my list. I already wishlisted it. Keep forgetting the names. That's not gonna come out for years. I mean, do these idiots not know? That doesn't think that impresses me, okay? The more the gaming journalists, okay, promote a game, right? The more people are gonna be like, yes! Oh, hi guard! You think it's... I mean, I now can tell, like, it's like, okay, if I see Kotaku writes a positive article about your game, it's probably garbage, okay? It's like somebody needs to tell EA. This is why I'm like, EA. Now that you're owned by the Saudis, you need to calm. Seriously, EA? What's his name? The guy... You need to contact me, okay? I'm the perfect liaison. You know, middle ground. Okay? American, Muslim, let's communicate. I can tell you what gamers want. Okay? Right? You'd be surprised. So listen to me, EA. Contact.
Tenno, get ready.
Let's do business.
A prosecutor is approaching.
I mean, all I have to say is thank. I mean. If you want your video game to sell, basically, don't go, oh my god, we might insult or offend Kotaku. You go, how do we insult and offend Kotaku? In fact, go out there and say something that will piss off Kotaku. Your game will sell so much better. I'm just waiting. Honestly, I just want to know has that lawsuit ended because it sounds like it has not.
The prosecutors are not invincible.
And honestly, I'm starting to wonder, are they
Stay focused.
crazy
There's a heavy
journalism
unit
lady.
approaching.
By the way, Alyssa, just in case, I'm not in New York. Garbage. You see you next Tuesday, worthless little whiny BS. Alright? Everyone knows that's the one thing I haven't hid. I don't say exactly where, but I am not in New York. I'm in New Jersey. Okay. Alright. In fact, I have 16 gigabytes of DDR. This isn't crucial, but this is the 16 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM that was in my laptop that I used to upgrade it to 32. So I should sell this 16 gigabytes of RAM. What do you think, Min Min? Do you want me to buy you a toy? Do you want me to buy you a fancy toy when I sell my 16 gigabytes of RAM? Then you buy a new toy for me, Min? What do you think? You want a new toy? You like new toy, don't you? You like new toys? Min Min likes toys?
Prosecutor eliminated. Watch out for
That's
more.
because I am. So yeah, that woman is crazy. And like I said, she's some kind of something. The thing I find so funny about her, I listen to her content, right? What I find so funny about her, she acts like she's some kind of smart. And it's like, honey, sweetie, darling. I've said this before. Darling, you are basically a dime a dozen, sweetie. There are so many like you. You're boring. You're a bi-liberal white woman. Okay? You are boring. There's nothing unique about you. You are a dime a dozen in this world. Nobody is shocked. You 100% fit the stereotype of stupid. I just wish that lawsuit would end. So we can stop hearing about it. Can you imagine that thing? Okay, so that's an arson exodus. The Corpus and the Grenier have that. Can you imagine that thing in a starship? Alright, that starship will not be around for very long. You could put one Eximus unit in a Federation starship, and there will not be a starship. Or at least a starship with crew. That arson Eximus will just go through it like a hot knife in butter.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
They would be like, they did not see what was coming. The Federation should be like, thank God the Corpus want to negotiate. We want your market. Profit. Then they would start noticing statues of Corpus and Rhino. Like, this is your own people. Building statues to our great and glorious leader and founder. You like send Corpus into locations, right? Putting up statues of Parvus Granum. Overnight, there was nothing there, and then there was a statue of Parvus Granum in the middle of San Francisco. Where did that come from? And the Corpus would be like, we don't know.
You've broken their ranks
Not
and
our
they're
idea.
on the run.
Why
Another
would we do
successful
that?
mission. Find
Starfleet?
extraction.
And then it'd be like, it's like, no, it's definitely the Corpus. Because it's like a lot of the Corpus wants your markets. They don't want you dead. Killing you would be not profitable. It's not profitable. Just be like, there was nothing there, and then there was a statue of who is that? Parvus
Another
Granum.
job well executed.
I mean, well, we have a new toy case. It's a nice toy too. We like toys. But yeah, I could actually see the Corpus doing that, sending out people, because again, the Corpus have the advantage that they are human, right? They're human, enhanced human with implants and augmentation, but they are still human. So they will not stand out like a Romulan or a Klingon or any of that. I mean, they are basically just as good as founders. Changelings would look at like human, right? But at least in the changeling, so you'll have like some small colony, right? You know, some small Federation colony. They would walk through the streets of San Francisco. They would start
You are
maybe
here
on a
to
colony,
find our
take a
target
shuttle,
and bring them to the extraction point.
get to Earth
Happy hunting.
eventually, and then suddenly there's a statue of Parvus. No. And the Corpus would be like, oh, we don't know. Clearly they admire our leader and founder. You would not want to remove that and you know, seem like you are oppressing your own people who want to speak up and build in the name of our leader. I mean, and the thing is, I just realized we haven't even brought in Parvos Granum, who's alive and well and in the Origin system right now. Can you imagine if Parvos Granum steps up?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
There's a new market for us.
You found a target. Capture them quickly before they escape. Success. The captive is safely in our hands. Congratulations, Tenno.
Alright. I need to go. You know what this was? I'm trying to remember what else. I paid attention to gaming for the season. Right? I know about a lot of it. I know about a little bit about what's going on in the world right now. All that nonsense. And the gaming, where it's like Knight's Path looks really cool. Like, you have to respect them for being like, yeah, we're not gonna do what you tell us. Okay. They're like, nah, I don't feel like it. Thank goodness. So, there's Nice Path. What else is going on in the world of gaming, right? Alright. So the only game I'm really looking forward to, I'm not looking forward to anything else, because honestly, even that, I'm like hesitant, right? Because I don't trust anybody.
Mission complete.
Right, Minnie?
Excellent work, Tenno.
My Sobek is now ranked 20. Yay, Min Min. That's your team. Let's see. Right. Let's see. High on life 2.
What's wrong?
Let's see.
I'm sorry. I've just been so depressed lately.
You know, it would fix everything. Humansupreme.
So you get escape. Okay. It's made the people who made Rick and Morty. I like the dual wielding, definitely. It's the sequel.
Yeah, humans are barely sentient. Scientists have done studies, and their brains are like half the size of ours.
So this is the sequel to High on Life, which I actually have the platinum for. So this is High on Life. So anyway, it's made by the people who made Rick and Morty, right? Let's see. Let's see. Believe I have. See, I have the platinum for it, so I got the platinum for that. I was working on Kena Bridge of Spirits. This game is hard. But I've been too lazy to come to my where. Right. Yes. What's the matter, Mimi? Look at the baby toes. It's a baby toes. See the baby toes? Yeah. Okay. So I've been playing on PC for a while. Let's see. I just want to make sure I have everything. So 2 out of 3. I need one more. All right, capture. So yeah, that's what I.
You are here on a capture mission. You must find, capture, and extract our target.
I mean, that's the one thing I have to say. I'm so that like.
You found a target. Capture them quickly before they escape.
That is like unique.
Target know
so
we're
that's
here.
the one thing
Track
that's
them
unique
down
about
quickly.
the Warframe, right? They
Excellent
don't
work.
have
We'll interrogate the captive back at
faster
base.
than light
Your part
travel.
is done here, Tenno.
Like it's that's one of the things I never understood, why the Corpus did not move beyond the solar system. But there probably is an in-game reason I don't know about. Expand the market, so to speak. I mean, the thing is, they don't know there's anything beyond. That's the thing. But it's like it's surprising. That's why at one point I had the Federation debating where they're like they don't know how to deal with the Corpus because they're like, okay, well they are acquiring warp. They didn't develop warp on their own. They're acquiring warp. So they're like the prime directive forbids us from interacting with species that do not have warp. Like, and yet they have managed to figure out a way to acquire it. So they're like, so what? Once they have warp, we start treating them like a warp capable species. But until then, they're like, yeah, but they're kind of manipulating things to get their hands on it.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit
So
approaching.
they're like they're at a loss. They're like, so the Corpus would definitely be the first to acquire warp. The Grineer aren't intellectually capable of handling warp. At least not. It would take a lot longer because there aren't as many smart Grineer, whereas the Corpus would actually be able to get their hands on a Federation vessel if they didn't negotiate the Federation giving it to them under controlled circumstances, which is how it ended up starting. But the Corpus would get their hands on warp, figure it out, backwards engineer it, and even come out of it with a better version of their own, where they're like, yeah, this is our warp, it's more modular, and mass-producing warp faster than the Federation even realized they would. Like, at one point, there's a whole Federation council, and they're like, these are our projected numbers. And then they're like, and these are the actual numbers. And the Vulcans are like, that's impossible. And they're like, no, it's just our numbers were based on humans. And they're like, the Corpus are not normal humans. So they're like, oh, oops. They don't stop. and add the profit incentive, right? Or they're like, well, if I figure it out first, the board will be most impressed with me. I will impress the board first. So there'd be an ongoing thing, or like, who will impress the board the first? They said it would become a game among the Corpus, and how can they trick the Federation the most? Who could get in there and be like, well, they thought I was a refugee, and then I stole the entire database and fled. Like, well, I gotta warp this. I got that. And I'm like,
Another job well
like,
executed.
I would give it a couple of years before and the Corpus would not only have warp capability, they would have like transporters and replicators. And they would have found a way to work it into their market in a way that would make the Federation go, but that's not what it's for. And the Corpus is like, yeah, so we found a better way to do it than you did. Do you want us to sell it back to you? Like, that's the joke. It was like, yeah, the Corpus not only would figure it out, backwards engineer, they would then find better ways of doing it and sell it back to the Federation. And the Federation would be like, so at the end of my dialogue so far with it, the Corpus were taking, so we have nullifiers in Warframe, right? The nullifiers can nullify the powers of the Warframes, right? So the Corpus are taking,
is at our doorstep.
okay,
You must defend our equipment.
Federation
until reinforcements
deflector
arrive.
technology, okay? This is the Corpus are now taking Federation deflector technology and nullifier technology, merging them and creating shields for their ships that would nullify the Warframe's effects. So that would mean entire ships protected from Warframes.
We are readying reinforcements. Keep fighting, Tenno.
So the Corpus would take Federation technology and their own and merge it and come up with something better. God, I gotta love the Corpus. You just gotta love the Corpus. They'd be like, yeah, that's not what it was meant for. And they're like, so? We came up with ways to make it better. Which made me realize, I should realize, the Corp, I haven't yet added, I should be like, capturing Warframes. Like, yes, we have captured Warframes. Unfortunately, our lead scientist, Alad V, was killed in the new war. But if you would like to study them, well, Dr. Halverson, we might make that possible for you. I'm being lazy. I mean, and can you imagine the Federation's horror when they find out what a cephalon is? Like, that was a human once. Yes. We do not use AI, so we lobotomize people's brains and use them instead. We sometimes work with them. They show up, they shoot, they kill for us, and then they go away. And then the following day, the Warframes come, and they kill us. But you are a better ally than the Warframes. So yes, that I'm going to finish this mission, and then I'm going to go sit in front of my laptop then and start looking into designing my own 3D printing models, because I want to know why I can't make random coins. I have glow-in-the-dark PLA. I have glow-in-the-dark PLA. Okay? PLA is filament for your printer. And I have glow-in-the-dark PLA. And I'm sitting here playing Warframe instead of designing. Yes, brother. You will join me in the fight against the Federation! Starfleet will be ours for the choosing. We will sell them product they cannot refuse. I mean, just, you got, like, the Corpus will not destroy Starfleet. The Corpus will not fight Starfleet. The Corpus will sell to you. We will give you coupons and discounts on our wonderful product. Like, Commander, the Corpus ship is hailing us. What are they saying? That they're having a sale. 25% off if you use code CORPUS. They're selling to us. Like when Ordis is like, you know, there's an emergency transmission coming in. There's like, it's just the Corpus peddling their wares. So it'll be like, Captain, the Corpus are hailing us. I see. What are they? What are they? Oh, turn it on screen. And then a Corpus advertisement starts playing. They're selling Captain. And so they're like, what is that? It's like, it appears to be an advertisement, Captain. Yeah. It's like, Captain, the Corpus are hailing us.
We're done here. The extraction team will take over from here. Time to evacuate.
Your feet are on top of your head. This is why I gotta love cats. Her feet are on top of her head. She literally, her feet are on top of her head. So yeah, now that I got it, it's like, okay. Captain, the Corpus are hailing us on screen. And then an advertisement starts to play. Like, what is this? I believe, Captain, it is what is called an advertisement. Meaning, they are trying to sell us something. And with Corpus now, you save 10%. They're advertising. Stop wasting subspace communication.
Has been compromised.
Captain, this is
Defend
not...
the cargo until reinforcements arrive.
Captain, this is not a waste. Advertisements are not a waste of subspace. How dare you, Captain? We are merely peddling our wares, Captain. And just for you, Captain? Oh, thank you for the $2 super chat. Keep fighting, keep playing. Keep profiting. And for you, Captain, 15% off with code CORPUS. And then the Captain, where are you going? Well, he did say 15% off. If I bought now, I have 24 hours to use it. Yes, Captain. Like the Ferengi go into go into a meeting and they find a room literally filled with gold pressed latte. Because we do not spend our wealth. Like, we have never seen so much gold pressed latinum in one place. We do not spend our wealth. We acquire and invest. That's what makes us Corpus, not Ferengi. But that was just interesting to find out that the Ferengi were that they actually had to dumb them down and make them into a joke. Because they were too powerful. And the Corpus are like a terrifying... I love how ChatGPT put it, where it's like, the Corpus are what the Ferengi pretend to be. How dare you? soil the name of profit. Yeah, that would be good. Be like, well, Captain,
That's the
you
last
have
of
met
them.
the
Objective
Grenier.
is secure.
You
Let's
have
go
met
home.
the Warframes. Now, let me introduce you to the Infested. Is it this infects machinery too? Yes, yes, it does. It's like, I am living in a nightmare. Please get me out of this. Me, me, me. Or even better. So you have cats in your world. Even our cats are dangerous. Right? Our cats are called kavats.
The enemy
And
is
they
at
eat
our
your cats.
doorstep. You must defend our equipment until reinforcements arrive.
Yes, woman. But seriously, I think that's one of my biggest things where I'm like, I said, I never liked what they did with the vlog. I 100%. You bring back to pre-Kelvin. You get rid of, because I feel like every enemy in Star Trek has been pussified and eliminated through means other than like. I mean, what happened to the Romulans fell cheap. Now they're like, the Klingons are on the verge of extinction. Jaden and his two daddies and his mommy. Yeah, okay. Very good. The Klingons will 100% be 100 behind. You do not want to see the infested, Captain. We will give you what you need to look out for. If any vessel comes to you with this, begging for help, you blow it up, Captain. But that's cruel. No, Captain, you do not understand. The infested is beyond reach. You cannot help the infested. Do not be tricked by them. And they're like, if this thing makes the Corpus, it's like, Captain, if the Corpus are frightened of this, I think we should be too. And then you wonder, Captain, why we do not sleep at night. Our world is living nightmares. Compared to our world, your world is soft, Starfleet. Our world is hard, yours is soft. You have carpet on your floors. Aye, gotcha. Speaking of... Brother, you are wounded. See, look at that. That dude jumped from there to there. Yeah, look at him. Oh yeah, look at him. Look at him, he's like a little bunny. Yeah, the Corpus are definitely in their suits have servo and everything. I just love to see like a Starfleet officer watch a Corpus crewman
Very
jump
impressive,
20
Tenno.
feet
You held
straight
them all
up.
back. Time to get out of here.
Let me just, you know what? I just saw a Corpus crewman in-game jump 20 feet up. And then right, Pee-Pee? Who's Papa? Yeah. Yeah. Right. Okay. Let's see what it says. All right. All right, let's see what it says. No, because I'm actually about to get off. That's the thing. I'm about to get off because I want to go play around with my 3D printer. Let's do it. 3D printer, 3D printer. Oh, there you are. Sorry. Oh my God, Johnny Ma, I missed seeing you here. Damn it. Sorry about that, Johnny Ma. I'm so sorry. You just got here. Just sorry about that. Anyway, one sec. I'm sorry I missed that. Anyway, I just want to see what. Okay, that's that music scene.
Ordis wonders, why is he here?
What
I
is that?
suppose that everyone has to be somewhere.
I suppose so. Everybody has to be somewhere, right, Min Min? Why is it not working? Oh, that would blow Starfleet's mind. Let's just see this. And just. Hey, Mimi. Anyway, Mimi, say bye-bye. Mimi, say bye-bye. I'm gonna go play with my printer. Say bye-bye, Min Min. Ooh, look at the paws. Look at the paws. Look at the paws. You're cute. You're annoyed. All right. Let's go. Let's go. I go play. So look, I've been live streaming for 4.5 hours, right? I'm trying to be more mature and smart and like logical about it, where I don't spend 8 hours. So maybe I'll live stream a couple hours tomorrow in the morning. But I want to get. I don't want to. I mean, I know Kino Casino does it for like 9-10 hours. Why is this not working? Okay, so it's been fun. Mimi, go play. We go play. Go play with Mimi. Yeah, I mean, I want to play with my 3D printer. It froze on me. I'm gonna add details. See, I've already been live streaming for 4.5 hours, right? I want to go grab something to eat, and I want to. I mean, I've already finished and exhausted my entire discussion. I've completed my entire discussion on the Starfleet versus the Corpus. I want the internet to go back to that. I wanted to talk more and more about the Starfleet versus the Corpus. Honestly, I said I gotta cut through the entire chat and like condense it down. But I am absolutely. I have never had more. I have not had this much fun because, as I said, Starfleet versus the Corpus. First of all, it was just an interesting, fun experiment to do. Okay? That alone was enough. That was fun doing that. But the second thing was, it helped broaden the corpus. I mean, seriously, it really, 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 really was impressive on just how much it broadened the corpus, adding their own style of dialect. Like I said, it's awesome. Seeing, you know, broadening the corpus in this way. Like I said, I don't understand why people put down AI, because honestly, I'm seeing more creativity and ideas out of AI than people in real life. And as I said, ChatGPT made me re-examine and look at the corpus from angles. Like I said, I absolutely love the idea where they're like, your morals are decadence. Your morals are expensive, right? Whereas like even the corpus consider them keeping to their ethics and morals as being expensive, right? That is absolutely brilliant. How they separated and distinctive the corpus and the Ferengi, where they're like the Ferengi are what the corpus are what the Ferengi pretend to be. It's like the Ferengi love decadence, they love wealth, they love, you know, celebration and using their wealth. They use profit. The Ferengi use profit. The corpus worship profit, and it makes the idea of worshiping a prophet, far more complex, multi-dimensional than we imagine. When we think of worship of prophet, all we think is they do everything they can to get money. But like the idea of referring to each other as assets, the whole communication system is completely different. What I said, where he tells the Federation doctor, do not become unnecessary. Where even things that we would think are the same goal, the incentives are different. Where they're like, okay, Starfleet, you consider us calling each other, saying like, where it's like they are valuable assets, right? And so she's like, so he's like, so do you not value your crew if you do not consider them assets? The idea that an investment is a compliment. And it's like, if somebody says is investing in you, that is bigger. The whole thing, I said, we look at the corpus in Warframe so simply as they worship profit and as is that they would enslave people. It's like, no, they would do more than enslave people, right? Because even slavery is not profitable enough. Where it's like they will, like I said, the idea that the corpus would not conquer the Federation. They wouldn't want to. They're not even though the corpus probably easily could conquer the Federation with weapons, right? They wouldn't want to. Because they're a market. Every single time it's like, this is a market. It is a market. And it's so, I said, there is just, the problem is I have so much stuff that it needs a lot of digging through. That it's just fascinating. I said,